find it press in 2015. A year later, I took I was ill myself, and then I took retirement from my day job and decided to concentrate on publishing and writing and researching full time. And I realised that even I have a copy of the show that he wrote with William Mendes. It's called Virtual Contact with Pascagoula. It came out in 1983. And then I think there was another launch in 1987.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like, there's no reason why.
You could buy second-hand hardback, the only city in a hardback, for ridiculous amounts of money. You know, if you could get one for $100, you were doing well. Anyway, I bought one. And long story short, I got the right to republish it. So what an idea, if I could track down Calvin Parker. I assumed he was alive, but I wasn't 100% sure. And the idea was just to get a quick interview with him, you know, put in the back of the book as a bit of an update. Anyway, after that 3 months, got an email for him, which was still working, and to my amazement, he replied, I gave me his phone number as well. And I remember my first conversation with him on the phone. He was polite, you know,
this is an issue with MetaMask. It's been going on for too long. They don't even fix it.
You know, but he was kind of saying, okay, you know, to I have to persuade him who I was. If I was to conduct an interview on him, I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to come up with something outlandish. Certainly not make the fool of it. So my next phone call is a little bit more persuasive. And they happened to mention that off the cuff, you know, I'm writing a book. I said, well, you know, if you're writing a book, maybe I can publish it. I will send you a draft contract. Unbeknownst to me in the background, he and his wife Wayne some weeks before had been to a friend's funeral. And as they're coming out of the church, I don't know if it's a book of remembrance or something like that, but anyway, Calvin signed it. And those coming from behind, and they saw his name, they sort of wink, such as, you know, the alien guy. And when they said to him, if enough, so it's time to tell everybody his story, because at that point he had. And he said, why don't you write a book?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the reason just to like this, we live in a world of abundance. These people who live in this world of scarcity, they're the ones who are doing these rug pulls and these scams, and it's not fair for all the real people who are trying to build something. So, you know, when you hear us rail against everybody, you know, it's we're looking at these XRP projects, these Ethereums, we're looking at all these rugs, they're obvious rugs to us, because we know what to look for, but, you know, other people aren't so lucky. But yeah, no, we're fans of all real projects, so thank you so much, and I'll touch base with Ghost, and we'll be in touch kind of behind the scenes. Thank you again.
What happened to us that night, you know, but he said, I also want them to know me, you know, who I am, you know, he always said in his family, he had a younger brother, he was the blonde, and his brother was a blind, so he wanted to know, wanted the audience to know who he was, and as you pointed out, he's this lovely, southern guy, you know, and so I agree. And that was literally how it all began. And the rest, you say,
well, we will hear more from Calvin in the interview we did with him a while back, and hopefully Dr. Scott will join us as well. We go into the break with Brian Selfie, Rock and Roll from ViralRabbi. I'm Mark Warren, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The first ever tropical storm warning is in effect for Los Angeles and Southern California. Hurricane Hillary is currently a Category 1 storm south of Baja, California. Hillary is expected to weaken before it reaches Southern California, but will still likely bring heavy rain and flooding to the region. It's expected to make landfall as a tropical storm. The LA County Sheriff's Department is recommending everyone on Catalina Island evacuate. A public safety alert has been issued. Catalina Island residents and visitors are advised to leave the island today. LA County has shut down all its park systems for Sunday and Monday due to Hurricane Hillary. All LA County parks, buildings, and facilities will remain closed, including playgrounds, restrooms, lakes, pools, and performance venues. Now let's check out a stall on the 60 in industry.
Going to be on the eastbound side, right at
Jimmy's up
There's
already.
this disabled vehicle blocking the right lane. Near Baldwin Park, there's another stall on the 605 northbound at the 10 freeway. That's blocking the right lane.
Jimmy, what's up,
Have
man?
still seen some pretty heavy delays right
I
now
think
through the
Skizzo wanted to
experience
jump
area.
off because
15
he's,
northbound between
he's
Oakville Road and
a
Joshua
doctor in real life.
Street. And look out
That's
for a
surprising.
crash in Inglewood.
So I think
405
he's
north of
working
Century.
for him.
That
And
is blocking the right
if
lane.
we want, if you
Verify
guys
the
want, we can
side.
migrate
I'll
over
get
to
you
a
there
different
faster.
space.
Come, Jonathan Glass.
Southwest weather for KFI. Rain and thunderstorms possible tonight. Lows in the upper 60s. Rain and thunderstorms for sure tomorrow through Monday as Hillary slams us. Hillary's now been downgraded, as we said, to a Category 1 hurricane, likely to cross into the southwest U.S. as a tropical storm. And it should keep weakening.
All right, y'all take it easy.
We lead local. Live on KFI 24-hour newsroom. Mark Warren.
Guys, yellow is green. Here are the top 5 reasons to get Viagra. Go through Roman. 1. At Roman, everything is 100% online. 2. Roman offers free online consultations with real licensed healthcare professionals. 3. You'll only be prescribed genuine FDA-approved medication. 4. Roman ships everything discreetly for free. 5. Generic Viagra starts at just $16 a month on a recurring plan. For 20% off your entire first order,
On X, formerly known as Twitter, and unfortunately, Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook, while we're still allowed to be there. We're going to get right into this. There cannot be a more simulation-esque story than Tiffany Gomez, otherwise known as the plane lady. That MFR is not real lady. If you've been living under a rock and you didn't see the viral video of the woman on the plane,
It's 3 million people for 1 year. And no two seasons are the same. That's why LA County is putting in the work now for a safe, clean, reliable water future. Find out more at watertola.com. iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas this September. Superstar artist of every genre. At AXS.com. This report is sponsored by Pacific Coast Termites. Termites are swarming in Southern California. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Pacific Coast Termite. Except the times when you say the F-word about something. That's a little hard. Oh, yeah, I did. That's a bit of a lie. This is Gary and Shannon, live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, there'll be a judgment. They'll pay your rent for a year and a half. I mean, that's a $20,000 judgment. You think anybody's going to get it? There's a chance to collect that money. A chance. They'll handle if you're a landlord, be prepared to get sued, even if they haven't paid their rent. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI.
Okay, parents.
On demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. Now, here's George.
See, it's all this nice and straight wood. We like to have our bold ethereal domain.
The Path to Rural Alien Abduction and Beyond Reasonable Doubt, the new book by Philip Mental and Irina Scott. And we are told that our Pinkerton detective, Donna Walker, tracked down Irina, and she's on the phone and will join us momentarily in our next segment here on Coast to Coast. Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago combined. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data abuse, fraudulent bank transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name. If your identity is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in ways that you simply can't on your own. Save up to 25% your first year at lifelock.com with promo code George. That's promo code George and save up to 25% at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Real people, real stories. I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I've been looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I got a Labrador. She could hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been there instead, but the treatment was chemotherapy. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it. She just do it right away. 3 weeks, you can tell. She's very alert. 6 weeks into the protocol, she seemed like she was 100%. She was going on a 5-mile walk. Like, my goodness, she is just like trying.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Welcome back. A couple of minutes ago, we heard a clip from an interview I did with Calvin a few years ago, in which he described these really strange creatures. If you've never seen the artwork that sort of fills out what they look like, you can check it out. Somebody just posted one version of it on Twitter. But these are very unusual beings who sort of floated over the grass, according to Calvin Parker and Charles Hickson. And, even though this was obviously a traumatic experience, so strange, against your will, have various things done to you, and then to be followed that with years of ridicule and snickering and doubt and questions. Calvin Parker has a remarkably positive attitude about that experience. Here's another clip from that interview we did with him on this program. You can get what I mean.
I don't think we need to just fish with shit at them to start with. Everything and everybody deserves a chance. And I think they was down here doing a job. And they do their job regardless of what their job is. They came here to do a job and get it done and get over it. And another thing, if you happen to shoot one of them, it could open up the world of hurt on some people around here. And I don't want to get a war started. You really think about it before you take any action, because you never know the end result of it.
That's some pretty good advice. We are joined now by Dr. Irina Scott. I'm so glad you could, we got worked out the technical details. Irina, welcome back to Coast to Coast.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
Before we move on and get into the specifics of the incident itself, can you tell us how you first were drawn to this story?
Well, it started a very long time ago, about in the 1980s. Well, it actually started on October 1973. when I received a phone call from my mother, I was in Missouri and she was in Ohio. And she said, "Did you hear that noise?" And I thought she was just going crazy. And several years later, later she called and said that there was a UFO flat, big wave going on, and people were hiding in their basements and keeping their kids in and things. And several years later, I decided to find out when that happened, and it was October the 11th, 1973, and I did an investigation, and seismologists from Ohio and different people helped me, and I published in scientific literature. But it happened at the same time as the Pascagoula abduction, and then later in publishing with Philip Mann on Flying Disc Press, and he wanted somebody to interview people, somebody here to interview people from Pascagoula and things, and so I got into that, and so I got in like two different ways.
That's excellent. We'll get into the specifics about the incident in a moment. Philip, you just heard that clip from Galvin. And, after this traumatic experience, a terrible experience that changed his life in so many ways, there he is saying, don't shoot these aliens. We don't want to start a war with them. He doesn't even have any animosity for them.
No, and it reflects the actual evening in question as well, Josh, to some respect. Because when Charlie and he had this encounter, before they jumped in the car and set up, they had a heated debate about what to do. Calvin said, "Don't tell anybody anything or it were nuts." In the back of his mind, of course, he'd recently become engaged to his sweetheart, Wayne, and he was worried that his prospective father-in-law was going to say, my daughter, you're not hitched, So it was only when they were driving back home that it was Charlie had a change of heart. He'd been in the military, of course, he was in the army, and he saw action in the Korean War. And he said, "We've got to tell somebody," by this he meant in authority. He said, "What if these things come back and do it to someone else? Or what if it's an invasion? This is just the beginning." That's why the first time when they pulled up at the public telephone, they from Keatsville Air Force Base, as a former member of the armed forces, that aim was a natural. And of course, Keatsville gave them the brush off, and they ended up with the Jackson County Church Department. So kind of, what Calvin was saying there, there was a change in attitude, and he's gone through phases down the years. Calvin had his life planned, George. Wife, house, job, children, grandchildren. That was it. Just a normal life. What we have to remember as well, of course, he didn't live in Pascagoula. He lived a couple of miles away. He was working 3 jobs. And the way that never saw him. So it was his father who said, "Why don't you give Charles Dixon a call? He's a foreman at the shipyard. Maybe get him a job." And she did. So I'm a regular 9 to 5. The idea was that Calvin would stay with Charlie Monday to Friday, pay for the lodgings, go home on a weekend. And that day of October the 11th, 1973, was Calvin's first day of work. And this is where he said to you,
Good evening, Rachel. How are you?
He says, "I got hired, fired, and abducted on the same day." It was being peaks and troughs.
That's good. Get some fresh air.
With his reflections about
I'm well, thank God.
that day. And
Long time no
really,
speak.
as this is what he calls it, not me. Is nearing his expiration date.
No, I'm
He's
glad to.
selling someone.
Yeah, so it happens every once in a while where there'll be a project that thinks I'm interesting as a person. I'm into all kinds of things, but whether it's cryptocurrencies or like health or religion or politics, and they'll want to ask me questions. And a lot of times those questions develop into discussions. So tonight's discussion was on like futurism and perhaps like stocks and had to do with AI as well. And so for like an hour of I sent you the discussion. You don't have to listen to it, but just in case you wanted to know what these Twitter spaces were. For the first hour, it was like me discussing AI and that kind of stuff. And then the next hour was just like a discussion of that. But yeah, usually they'll send me like a Twitter direct message saying like, "Hey, we're gonna have a Twitter space on like such and such a date. We'd love it if you could come and talk to us about whatever." And the people there are really they're really interesting. This one, like they these are like they wanted to buy me like what is that thing called? Starlink, which is like improved internet. I mean, they're like really nice at what they want to. Starlink, Starlink. That's like Elon Musk's satellite internet. And what it is, it is. And one of the guys has actually bought one for me. But the only reason why I don't, well, like it's really nice. I don't like people giving me things, frankly. I'd rather like buy them on my own. But the only reason why I haven't utilized it is because it's not going to be any better quality. Like this guy really wants my stream to be like really like have really high quality, but he doesn't understand that I have 6 different streams going at once, and I'll get throttled. I get throttled on any ISP, and so I feel badly like accepting a gift. It's like an $800 gift. So basically, at this point, I just told him, well, if anything, just hold on to it. I'm sure somebody else will need it as well. It is a subscription, but the like hardware for it's like $800. Yeah, and then it's like $100 after that, and you. Well, so like when I was first, well, when this person met me and I was streaming, I don't know, probably like 4 months ago, my internet wasn't as good as it is now. I'm not saying my internet's good now, but we've made some changes around our house to improve it, and this guy isn't aware of that. So he's just being a nice person. He's a petroleum engineer in Montana, and he has bought these Starlinks for other people around the world, some people in Africa, and I'd rather have him just give them to people in Africa, people who have no internet. Exactly, people have uh, no. Well, they are doing that. I'm using what we have in our house, which is just basic. It's an unlimited internet. It's an unlimited internet subscription, but it gets throttled, and any internet's going to get throttled when you use as much internet as I do. So at least in this case, like what was actually like 6 on YouTube, 7 on Instagram. E- Exactly, exactly. Plus, there are other people who live in the house as well, so they're using it as well. I'm using 6 on since 6. One time they did, yeah. One, yeah, one, yeah. They were like normally you have upload speeds and download speeds, and one of the people looked at it and they're like, why do we have so much data being uploaded to the internet? Like, it's never you like, and under no conditions really do you ever have more upload than download. Everyone always wants download. They want to be streaming movies, or they want to be downloading music, or they are. Exactly. And I just was shooting out and still am like an incredible amount of data, just terabytes upon terabytes. And I'm like, it's not just one stream, it's 6 on YouTube and 7 on Instagram and 1 on Twitter. And that's in a that and so I have those as like redundant backups. And um so I one time, this was like a year and a half ago, they looked at what I like what our mode or our router was, our download versus uploading. It was like I got like they asked me like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, at the time it was like, oh, it's for work," but like it was definitely not for work. It was um, they only checked it that one time, and then they gave me my own like inner part of the like they basically split the router so that I had my own, and then the rest of the people had their own. But I never used mine. I just continued to use theirs because like I didn't want it because if they saw like how much I was using on my own, they would like probably it would exactly. So it doesn't look like it's that much on mine, and yeah, but that's just. But we exactly, and there are a lot of people in the house, so it's not like that noticeable. Yeah, so that's a great question. We started with 5 people in the house, which is like a normal. It was like a well, it's not like it's a pretty big house, so it's but it's expanded to be 10 people in the house, which yeah, which has become way too many. I mean, I no, well, what they did was like the master bedroom originally had like one person in it, and like that person moved out, and then they moved 2 people in there. There's like a couple that lives there, and they're nice. They don't bother me too much. Um, and then like the the there was like the person who like owns the house. He like got into a relationship, so his like fiance lives here. They live in like their own room, own part of the house, and then there's like a couple like college students that live here. We live close to UC Irvine, so like there are college students who are here, and it's the city of innovation. It actually has more Fortune 500s than any other city. It's got a ton of Fortune 500. It's a very advanced city. It's got like I would say, I mean, it is the city of innovation. Like basically anything technological that they start, like whether it's like smart roads or like smart lights or um, I don't know, even like I just like I would say like what else do they start here? Like like I don't think they started it here, but certainly like the driverless cars, that kind of stuff, kind of starts here, and then it expands to Los Angeles and such. And it's it's a pre-planned city, so everything in it is like really organized. So there's like Irvine, yeah. So it's ni- 1970s. So yeah, well, I moved here because my my it was close to where my synagogues were, and it, so we had to be within walking distance, and so I could walk to shul, and then and I could walk to multiple ones. So there's like different areas of the city. There's like like there are of course residential areas, but then there's the university area. There's like a uh, the commercial area, and then like where I am is is more residential. But they're like golf course. It's beautiful. It's absolutely spectacular city, and it is pre-planned. So like they don't let it like over. They aren't like I don't know how to describe it. Like they don't allow for like it's really strict is what I would say. Like they're basically they don't allow like overgrowth. There aren't any homeless people here. Um, it's it's almost like a gated city, though it is not. It is very close to that, and there are about 300,000 people who live here. It's really the jewel of Orange County. I mean, it's exactly yeah. No, you're you're 100% right on that, and it's actually it most certainly is. It most certainly is. In fact, yeah, a little of both. A little both. If I had like more wealth, I would love it. But since like I do everything on a shoestring budget, it's more difficult. But like there's actually a company that that runs the city. It's called the Irvine Company, and it's all very, very corporate. And but we, yeah, it's called the Irvine Company. It is. It is. Yeah. It's it's quite interesting. But yeah, I mean, it's an absolutely beautiful city. But and we've got a hurricane coming for us, so even better. If you, did you hear about it, Hurricane Hillary? Well, of course, that's correct. So that should be here. It should be starting now and like for the next 2 days. But it started as a category 4 tropical tropical cyclone, and now it's a category 1, which but it's the first time in California's history that we've had a tropical storm warning. So that's kind of an interesting thing. I mean, it is. It's always like the Gulf Coast. Yeah, exactly. Or the Atlantic Coast. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. The East Coast, Atlantic Coast, you're exactly right. And the reason why just yeah, I mean it's just basically gonna be a big rain, but we're expecting up to like 10 inches of rain, which can be, cause major issues. I mean, it doesn't necessarily affect me. I like the rain to some extent. I love the sunshine that California brings, but every once in a while a really hard rain is nice to kind of clean everything off. But it is interesting that we haven't had a hurricane in California, even a tropical storm, since 1939. So, like, yeah, I mean they've been talking about it on the news too. So it's really a unique exact. So almost 100 years we have not had a storm like this, and the reason why, not really correct. I mean, it rains like 2 weeks out of the year, and it is, but it's nicer. Meaning, Nevada's very dry. Like we have a coastal um, weather, meaning it's like it literally like there's in like January it rains or it's cloudy for like 2 weeks, and then the rest of the year is just sunny 24/7 basically, or 24 12 out 12/7, I guess, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. You do get a little bit of fog on like the marine layer, but that burns off after the morning, and it's just very sunny all the time. It's beautiful. But this is really unique that we have a hurricane, and so people are kind of, as they say, battening down the hatches, and I mean, for like 100 years, exactly. So, well, pretty close, since 1939. So, I'm kind of excited to see what that'll be, and I'll probably just watch it from the inside, but I might go outside for a little bit just to see what it's like. Have that rain pour down on me a little bit. But the thing is, it was a category 4, and then it moved to category 3, category 2, and then now it's a category 1. So it may not even be that big of a deal. But it's correct. But it's crazy that the eye of the storm, if you look at the projections, are going like literally right over my house. So, um, yeah, exactly. If you're gonna have anything go over your house, the eye of the storm is pretty good because that's where like there's dead air. There's nothing in the eye of the storm, as opposed to like the circular part. So I'm kind of excited to see what happens. So it will be. I mean, it it hasn't hit yet. It will hit like Sunday, so tomorrow, and then into Monday. Monday's supposed to be bad, and then it's supposed to be blue skies for the rest of the week. So it's kind of an interesting thing that we've got going on here. And then it's supposed to go as far north as like Santa Barbara County, because I was kind of checking out to see if it would get as far north as you, but it would not. And generally, we don't get hurricanes because the water's too cold. Do you ever go in the ocean? It's cold though, right?
Breaking news and weather alerts on your smartphone. Follow for the WIA 940 on the iHeartRadio app. News that makes it official. It's an emergency. I'm Mark Warner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom's declaring a state of emergency ahead of Hillary's expected landing tomorrow afternoon. His office in a
Oh,
statement
interesting.
declaration was done to support Hurricane Hillary response and recovery efforts. California continues gathering resources. Other states, meanwhile, are preparing
Wow.
for the storm. In Nevada, Lake Mead National Recreation Area was closed at least Monday. Hurricane Hillary roared toward Mexico's Baja California Peninsula late today as a downgraded but still dangerous Category 1 hurricane, likely to bring catastrophic flooding to that region and cross into the southwestern U.S. as a tropical storm. The National Weather Center in Miami said the maximum sustained wind speed is 90 miles per hour, and the storm is about 535 miles south-southeast from San Diego. Meteorologists warn that despite weakening, the storm remains treacherous. Meteorologist Brian Tickell at the National Weather Service says Hillary, as a tropical storm, will impact LA and Ventura counties.
That's too cold for me.
Santa Barbara County. The three biggest threats that we're worried about.
Yeah, exactly. I don't like the shock.
With Hurricane Hillary.
No, I mean, it's just I don't like cold water, I guess.
And the thunderstorms. He says coastal areas will see high surge, but the flood risk is
Even
low.
here is not that warm. If you ask people, people who live in LA do not go in the ocean. And you would think that you go in the ocean all the time. No, you go in pools, but you don't go in the ocean because it's too cold. Yeah, I mean, you can. Yeah, it is, but it's still cold. And
Looking to the north, thousands of people have been driven from their homes in the capital of Canada's Northwest Territories. Head of emergency management in the province, Minister Bowen,
the people,
asking people to avoid wildfire-affected areas.
the people on the beach are like tourists who not necessarily who like go in the water. Now people surf, but they'll wear like suits in order to do it because it is still considered cold. And I think a lot of people have pools here, so it's like those can be heated and such, and thus if you do want to swim, you have the opportunity to just generally use someone's pool or use your own pool, and there's no issue like where I live, there's like a community pool. So even if you don't have your own pool, there'll be like a community pool or somebody will have a pool. There isn't a gate, but it is like a subdivision. So there is can go there exactly. And I I have lived here. I've lived here in California a total of like 8 years in my life, and I went in the water once, and that was for um, I just want to see what it would be like, and it was really cool. I don't like deep. Right next to me, my city. Yeah, I mean that's one of them. I I do like to go to Laguna Beach because it's usually not as busy, but I'll go to the beach part, not necessarily in the water. And I think that's probably what most people do, just because again you can go to a pool or other place to swim. Oh yeah, big time.
Lavage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril around the back of the nose and out the other nostril, helping
So yep, Venice Beach is a lot of fun. That's where Muscle Beach is, and it's Muscle Beach, like it's like a gym that's on the beach. Exactly, but it's outside. So same kind of area, and there's there's basically like it's very eclectic. It's very unique. Like what do I mean? Okay, so um, you'll like walk down the boardwalk and there'll be like a psychic, and there'll be like when like like a tattoo parlor, and like there'll be like there are a lot of homeless people there, and so that's true. And there's a that's right on the beach. It's called Shul by the shore, um, or Shul on the beach. Pardon me. There's a Shul on the shore and a Shul on the beach, and so I went to visit some friends there. This was a few years ago, but I remember as I was walking there, the um, there was someone who was literally like on a megaphone threatening the life of the president, which usually you can't do, and like he had this huge sign and like it was just scream like just going crazy, and there were a lot of just like it's just like a lot of homeless people, and but yeah, that's I mean yeah, exactly. I mean people just ignore them. I mean there are beaches up and I mean obviously like from Malibu to like San Juan Capistrano, the whole thing is a beach. But again, I've always been very surprised that not a lot of people utilize the ocean because of the temperatures, and I'm considered one of them. The one time I went in to the water, it was at night, and I don't like deep water. Like deep water scares me. I'll just be honest. There aren't a lot of things that scare me, but what I end up doing is I end up thinking about like if I'm out on deep water, I end up thinking about how much water is below me and what could be under me, and it kind of freaks me out. But yeah, I mean, there's that aspect. There's like it's just like the fear of the unknown that's down there, and it's like it's so very deep, and the water's like super dark and cold, and uh, exactly. Exactly. It, what you're supposed to do, as I understand it, is swim. Generally, if that happens, if you're like sucked out to the ocean, you swim parallel to the coast to try to get away from that like current, and then try to go in towards the land, as opposed to fighting it. Because you'll exert all of your energy if you try to fight the current. So you try to like instead of like going straight back in inwardly to the land while the current's pulling you out, you try to go parallel to the land and try to get out of that current and then move in towards the land. It goes against like there are some things in life that go against common sense generally. That to me has always been one of them. Exactly. And it makes sense because you get out of that current, but it doesn't necessarily exactly to get out of that. And hopefully the current isn't as strong. It is very scary. And especially in San Francisco has some crazy currents, particularly in the Bay Area, like near the Golden Gate Bridge. I know there's some crazy currents, definitely. Have you ever seen a documentary? This is a morbid topic, but it's really interesting to me with you being in. Well, so it's called The Bridge. It's a documentary called The Bridge. Exactly. Exactly. Thank God. Yeah, they put up the. It was. It's a very sad. It's very eye opening, and so the. I mean, like I saw it maybe I don't know 10 years ago or something, and um, I well, like one of the things that interested me. I love the bridge. I love the Golden Gate Bridge. It's a beautiful bridge. It's a beautiful piece of architecture, and I actually when I was in San Francisco, like walked up it, and it's like really busy. It's beautiful, but to think that such a beautiful thing was also like America's biggest grave site in some ways was kind of super creepy to me. But what I also thought was interesting was it was like one whole year of video that was shot, and the guy didn't tell anybody about it. And I mean, with my stream, like I do a constant stream of like one whole year basically, and so that exactly, yeah, he had it on. He was a filmmaker, and he put, I think he had several cameras that were facing the bridge, and he would just record people's suicides. And um, like in addition to people committing suicide, I mean, it's really sad. Uh, this documentary I feel was very important because it helped to put up the suicide nets, and it helped to put up the boxes. You know, if you have people there, and there were also the call boxes exactly, and then it also helped to bring attention and to the topic of what was going on there. And then there were some, if I recall correctly, there were some really beautiful parts of it where people were stopped from doing that. You know, they were gonna commit suicide, and there were people who talked them out of it. So like either police officers stopped them, or like other just pedestrians would stop them. But as I recall, we were talking about currents. One of the things that I would learn about that is a lot of times they don't die from the fall, and they die in the currents down there. And so the currents of San Francisco Bay are very interesting, and that's where I learned about them. Exactly. And it's like, you know, because you've got an ocean there and the bay, and this little, and the currents are very fast as well, as I understand. And yeah, it's very, it's a, it's it's I would say it's actually one of the best documentaries I've ever seen, and it made me value life more. No, I thought it was very. I he brought attention to the issue, which is really important. Helped to bring those call boxes. Helped to, like, it's because of his documentary that they have nets there. So I thought it was a very positive thing, even though and it's not like he recorded it for like in gruesome like detail or anything, or he would just it basically, yeah, or like exactly, and just allowed it to run. And it also wasn't like he could save the people either. It was like their own decision, and they just went and did it. And um, I'm I really like documentaries, so basically, no matter what the subject is, I will watch basically a lot of documentaries, and that just happened to be one of them that I saw, and it just was it made me value my life more. I think because you just watch these people who are like on the edge, and then they just drop, and it's like, oh my word, like, and then to find out they don't die from the fall, they don't a lot of times die from the fall, they drown, or they're eaten. Exactly, exactly, and then they die in the currents there. It's terrible. And as I recall as well from that video, and I could be wrong, but I think there are some people, there have been stories I know of people who have made that drop, and they've had like dolphins that have like pushed them to shore. Yeah, like really, or they've been able, or they survived it, and then they actually swam to shore, and then lived like a normal life thereafter. Just really, really interesting. But I love the Golden Gate Bridge. It's beautiful, and I never wanted it to be like a sad thing. But I didn't know if you had seen that documentary. It's a really interesting documentary. If you,
You know, I'm only drinking two in a Rothschild, and I've never hallucinated being abducted by aliens. So it's just ridiculous. But so whatever tests have been put in front of these two gentlemen, they passed them all with flying colours. They really did.
Dr. Irina Scott, the two of you, you look up with Philip and you start casting a wide net to find
it definitely
how
sad.
many other witnesses came forward at the time of the incident. Did any come forward to say, yeah, I saw it too, or was it only later?
Yeah, some came forward right immediately. Also the
They definitely. Well, I didn't mean to bring up a morbid topic, but we were talking about ocean currents, and that area, and particularly near you, is very dangerous. And at least down here, I don't. I mean, there are bridges and things like that, and that does occur, but it's not nearly. I I'm definitely an advocate for suicide prevention, and I think it's very good that they put up those barriers for people. I think that if anything, it brought attention to that. Anyway, other topics. Um, did you know that it's the World Cup final tonight? Very good. You're good. Yeah. So
Tell us about them, what they saw, and how credible you found them to be.
there you go. I so it's been a month, and this is like it culminates to tonight at 3 a.m. I can't believe it. I'm in my own way very proud of myself for how enthusiastic I've gotten. Number one is soccer. I think is boring as heck, and then women's soccer is generally it just nobody gets behind it, and I've been like their number one fan, and also the U.S. wasn't in it like really for most of it. Yeah, I did, and it's been like it's it, exactly. I mean, like I know I know players. I mean, I don't know them, but like I know of them, and I when I started this, I didn't know any players like basically, and now I like follow them, but also like it's been a whole month of these games, and there would be these like really quiet periods of my life where there would be I would be watching these games. They'd have three of them on at like 11 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock, like 11 o'clock at night, like well no like 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, and 5 o'clock in the morning. And I felt like I was like the only person in the United States up at these crazy hours actually watching these things. And now I'm gonna be sad to see them over because they've been very exciting. Well, I should. I'm not gonna lie to you. Soccer to me is very boring, and women's soccer is just as boring as men's soccer to me generally. But I do think that it's good for the game for more people to get interested in it, and so it is tonight the final, and I'm excited to see. I think England's gonna win. My own one man party. I am streaming it, so anybody on Earth who wants to watch it, they're allowed to. And so, so I've gotten into that. I've gotten into. I told you about slam ball, and yeah, so I saw the championship of that. Yeah, it is. So there are four trampolines actually, and it's like very physical. It's like basketball, but it's also like football a little bit. Like you can kind of like tackle a guy a little bit. Um, it's like hockey as well because there's like glass up or like like plastic glass around parts of the court, and it's mostly like basketball though. But I feel like it will be a very big sport because you could do like amazing slam dunks. It is. They had the championship, and it was in Las Vegas. And um, while like generally there are all these weird sports that are arising. Have you heard of pickleball? Pickleball. Pickleball is becoming very big, at least in Southern California. People are like renting out parts of their backyards for people to play pickleball. Like what is pickleball? It's like tennis, but it's different, but it's similar to tennis. Yeah, to some extent, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like tennis or badminton, something like that. What was this? Golf? Oh yeah, froth. Yeah, frisbee golf. Frisbee golf. Yeah. disc golf.
Protect your airplane. And so
Oh, definitely.
then they call Philip and he talks to him, and then you're recording everything.
Well, I asked Philip then to jump in here. Philip, did you're hearing their story and feeling
That'll be big as well. I think. Again, I well, I've never played it. My friends have played it, or they play it pretty competitively, and I like golf, just regular golf. So like if I have extra time, I spend it playing golf, not disc golf. But yes, just and then ultimate. Have you heard of ultimate frisbee?
that maybe they have been affected as well?
Absolutely.
It is. Yep, exactly.
Spoke to Maria on the telephone. She described all that, you know,
They're alternative sports that are getting big. I don't know what it is, but I think people. I think yeah, I think particularly when the pandemic occurred, people got into new sports, and that's how pickleball I think became a thing. And I'm not exactly sure of slam ball, but I think people are kind of sick of the same. I mean, there are only like what 5 big sports in the United States: football, basketball, baseball, soccer, hockey, and they want alternatives. They want different things to do outside, and so um, I think that people are looking for alternatives. I personally, I'm an advocate for people playing different kind of sports, whatever keeps you active. I mean, I I'm trying to think. I probably play maybe like a dozen different sports. I'm not exceptionally good at any of them, but at least I know how to play them and can stay active if I want to. Um, exactly. So um, there's uh, and then there's also the Little League World Series, which I had said was on. And the other thing is these things go for a long time. And I had said I'm a big football fan, and I'm excited for that season to start. For the Little League World Series, these kids they're very good. I mean, for being like 10 to 12 years old, and we were having the discussion. There is a softball World Series though that already took place, but there are girls on some of these teams, which is cool too. Um, and exactly, and it's very interesting. Yeah, definitely. It's very interesting to see, the sportsmanship that occurs and those kind of things. I've got to say, baseball is a very boring sport, and it, it, but at least the games aren't 9 innings. They play like, exactly. Oh, definitely. Baseball, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. So, I mean, there are alternative sports, and just, I mean, there's not a whole lot to do, and so I stream them and get some interest in it. One thing I'm not into is men's soccer. You would think that this would make me want to be a men's soccer fan, but no. I mean, like my friends in college played soccer, and I guess I was fans of their team, but I wasn't. I'm not. I don't know. I guess I got into the World Cup. I guess the World Cup took place last December, and I watched those games. And I did. I watched exactly. I watched those and I streamed them, but it wasn't as interesting to me as the Women's World Cup was. Saying that, you think I think all these women? Wait, I do. I like them because they're very attractive, but I don't really find them all that attractive. Most of them are not. No, no, you're absolutely fine. Jealousy. Oh, that's a good point.
And I think they'd also seen Charlie and Calvin in the news media, the way that they would treat the boys, which wasn't very nice. So
Soccer is not like that. I mean, volleyball, sandball, beach volleyball, swimming.
can't do anything worse to me than that I'm already situation I'm already in. And like I say,
viewers.
another unique aspect
You're absolutely right. Well, I will.
unbelievable case.
Well, you and the two of you, Philip and Irina, dug up so many other witnesses with bits and pieces of the story.
I so I've been doing this stream while they had the Olympics, the 2000, both Olympics. There was a 2021 Olympics and 2022 Winter Olympics, and I can tell you I didn't really get too into that, though I should have. I didn't get into the sporting event that I got into by far the most was women's soccer, and I have a feeling I'll get into football. I didn't get into football the past few years. I've been into football since I was for like probably 15 years, but I'm very excited this year. Do you know what fantasy football is?
Also reporting it. 2 days later, the sheriff
No. It's men. Fantasy football is just basically how would I describe it? Um, it's like a game that is played with like you watch it. You watch. Boy, this is a hard thing to describe. Okay, there's a draft, and you make up your own team, and so you have like teams like all the different guys in the NFL. They play on Sunday. Well, they don't all play on the same team. You get to pick who you want to follow, and they earn of points, and you play other guys or girls or whomever each week. And then, so in addition to you watching the game, you have your own game that's going on simultaneously. And it gets very exciting. And I did this in college, and it was a ton of fun. But it's not a girl thing. That's, yeah. Well, they not necessarily at the professional level. They don't get to say who plays in the real game, but they get to say who plays on their little fake team. And exactly, it makes it like, so. For instance, there may be a game between two teams that about which you don't care. Let's just say, for instance, Kansas and Detroit, and let's say you personally don't care about either of those teams, but you may have in your team that you've drafted a player from Detroit and a player from Kansas City, or maybe a couple of them that are playing in that game, and you want to see those players do well, so you'll watch the game. So it makes games that are normally not very interesting to you very interesting, because you're a competitive person and you want to beat the person who you're playing that week. And it's very, and there are like prizes and all kinds of things that are done. And so what I did, I'm like, as you can tell, I hedge my bets against a lot of things. Like I'll make 100 different Instagram accounts. So what did I do? I made different fantasy football teams. And what does that mean? I just had the computer draw for me 25 like teams, and then what I'll do is I will each week see which ones are doing the best, and then just follow the ones where I'm winning, and probably forget about the ones that where I'm losing. But it'll make it very interesting. Yeah, it's on the ESPN's website. It is. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You can do it either manually, which I did a couple of the teams manually, but after a while, I mean, it just kind of gets boring. So you'll have a computer do the drawing for you for the rest of the teams. And so, yeah, so very, very sports oriented. I'm going to name a sport, and I want to know if you've ever played tennis. You ever played tennis? No, no tennis. How about golf? Okay, that counts. Um, how about racquetball? Squash? Okay, badminton. Well, no, squash is like racquetball. It's like it's played in a court. Don't feel lame at all. Most people haven't played squash. Badminton. Um, shuffleboard. Shuffleboard. Don't worry, most people haven't played that. No, that's fine. You swim, so that's something. You play basketball. You played a little baseball. No, you don't have to at all. No, Rachel, you should know. I think you're very athletic already. You've played sports. Most people generally haven't played organized sports, so I think you're athletic. And oh yeah, for sure. Most people don't play organized sports or have. So for you to even still, a lot of people don't get that opportunity. Like globally, no. I mean, most people don't. Yeah, I mean on Earth. I mean, perhaps like in suburban areas. Exactly, but again, they're not on an organized team. They don't have a coach and such. And and you were a big time basketball player. I'm kidding. I am. What about football? You ever play football or like flag football? Very well. How about soccer? You never played soccer? We're on a team. Let's see here. I guess all the others, like, do you ever play any other kind of sports, ultimate frisbee or anything like that? That's a big one. Good for you.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs. Hawks get to fix for us. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. What's the number?
Which what? I was gonna name that one. Had you? It's like the hardest sport to play.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Hawkstar Care now. Call Hawkstar Care for your free quote. 800-319-0310. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Hawkstar Care.
If not the hardest sport.
HawkstarCare.com. Wake up, people. You're optimizing every waking hour. From kids to work to friends and everything in between. You have to get sleep. Get a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation sleep number supply bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movement. Learn how you sleep so you learn to sleep better. Night after night.
Wow,
Next level. Only from Sleep Number.
you're absolutely right. I mean,
50% of the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed plus free delivery when you're out of base.
you were on your high school swim team.
I am Dave Roberts.
That's pretty impressive.
Manager of LA's favorite ball club. I know something about winning seasons. Last winter was one of LA County's best for capturing stormwater, one of our most precious resources. After 3 years of drought, we captured enough stormwater to supply 3 million people for
Sure,
1 year.
absolutely.
So no two seasons are the same. That's why LA County's putting in the work now for a safe, clean, reliable water.
Right.
Find out more at water.
But I mean, still to be on your high school team, that's pretty good.
You a business owner, CEO, or responsible for
Well,
marketing? If you are,
what was your best event?
and find new customers.
Was it like freestyle or butterfly or
If anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to send you out IR media to work for you. So you now dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas this September. Special artists from every
That is.
genre.
I'm in agreement with you.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com. KFI AM 640.
That I don't know. I have. Yeah, no, you're definitely right there. Um, and agreed. And then most gyms don't even have pools. You have to make sure it's one of the ones that does. I'm trying to think of any other. Did you ever put softball? Oh yeah, you told me baseball, t-ball. Yeah, but never softball. Very well, but you're pretty athletic. Well, no, you're pretty athletic. I named quite a few sports of those. I mean, I've never played on any high school team, so I mean, I'm not. Okay, I played soccer when I was in a little kid and like up through junior high. I play golf. Um, I still play golf, but so okay, soccer, golf. Um, uh, Sometimes, or like there's like a league or a tour that you can play. If you want to play competitively, um, I I never played football, but I'm very into football. Meaning, football was always a very what's the word for which I'm looking, dangerous sport. But while let's say my friends and my high school didn't have a football team, so but my friends and I would play football at recess. Honestly, um, my school I went to a small high school, and so we could play football at recess, and we play like the seniors versus seventh graders, and like it was a lot of fun. And I would quarterback for that. So while I didn't play competitively, I did do a little bit there. Um, I've never played hockey. Um, I've never played. I have played racquetball. I'm pretty good at racquetball, and squash racquetball. So that's played on a court, an indoor court, and squash as well. It's similar to squash. Those are it's a lot of fun. Basically, it's a completely white, plain room, and you go in there with another person, and you hit the ball up against the wall, and there's a certain way to keep score. But there's no net. There's you can hit it anywhere you want in the room. Basically, it's a lot of fun. So I played that a lot. Um, and what else have I played? Tennis. Um, I never played it competitively, but I played it as a little kid. Um, what else? Ultimate Frisbee. I played Ultimate Frisbee, or it's called Disc Ultimate. It's just usually called Ultimate. I played it this. Oh my god, it was so much fun. I I played it one summer in college. Um, so while I didn't play sports in college, all my friends were athletes, um, and so like I this one summer I ended up playing with the ultimate team, and so they were all very good, and I was not as good as they were. But we had it does. These guys would just be diving exactly, and they were on like a really good team too, and so I did play that summer, and it was a lot of fun. What else did I play? I've never played softball, baseball. I was a pitcher up until junior high. And the reason why I didn't play past that is my school was a more academically focused school, not athletically focused, and it was a very difficult school as well. So I had to basically focus on academics as much as possible. Um, Basketball, I played up until junior high, and while I wasn't the best basketball player, I got a lot of steals. So I was good at stealing the ball. Um, what other sports? Oh, okay. I said soccer, baseball. Um, I think those are all the major ones. I'm trying to. Oh, swimming. Um, I did swimming a little bit as a young kid. Never played water polo like you, or was on my high school swim team. So honestly, if you were to ask me, you're the more athletic of our pair because you played high school sports. That's pretty impressive. If I ever could have played a sport that I didn't play, I would have wanted to do, I think, crew or fencing. So I never played those. You did fencing? Yeah, I agree. Like medieval times or like.
There's a name of the church on it, George. I went back and just googled the church. Nothing. I'm not sure how, but just and to my
Like a Renaissance fair?
it was. And it wasn't in Pascagoula, it wasn't even in Mississippi, it was in Maryland. And the church had a website. And on this website, most to my
Like
amazement,
jousting
there
and
were some
things?
sermons that you could listen to. The sermons were given by somebody called Hallmark. So anyway, I'm looking for a lady called Joanne Hallmark. And I thought, is this a husband? Maybe a son's?
I've always wanted to do that. I think crew would be fun as well. But I never did those. Trying to think of any other sports that there are that I polo. I've always wanted to do polo, but like my my family was never the kind to have horses. Exactly, it is. I'm trying to think of what other sports that potentially I would have really liked to do that I never did. I mean, basically, my my dad was somewhat. Oh, I know. So I lived with when I was in college, football players and uh, soccer players and cross country runners, and so I got really into cross country. While I didn't run competitively, I did run with these guys. So I don't want to say I'm pretty good at long distance running. When I'm like when I want to be, and so that's cross country. Are you familiar with cross country? So there's track and then there's cross country. So that would be the I would probably be more apt to cross country, and that was just yeah. It's not on a track, so it's just like on like in a field or in like in the woods. And what I like to exactly, and I also would have liked to do motorsports, but motorsports are very expensive, and we just never motorsports. So like race car driving, I would have always liked to do that, but and they were dangerous as well. It's called motorsports. Like I mean, they consider those guys athletes as well. Though, what did they say? What you do is drive fast and turn left. But I think there are there's like other ones too. There's like boating. There's um, like motocross. You know what motocross is? When they're on the little bikes. But oh, you know what? There's also did 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 you did you ever do skateboarding or BMXing like bike riding? I did not either. To me, it was always you could get hurt. Exactly, the pads and stuff. When I was a kid, what was really big was like roller hockey. You know what roller hockey is? Or rollerblades. Rollerblading was really big. Yeah, you know, on ice. Exactly. So roller hockey was pretty big from where I was, um, and like yeah, Chicagoland area. So it was no suburbs, and yeah, and so it was very difficult to play in the winter. Uh, but in the summer we would play roller hockey, and then in the winter usually we were playing basketball as opposed to hockey, just because hockey was bigger in Michigan and in like Canada, but it wasn't really big from where I was. And yeah, exactly. And at least when it comes to uh, skateboarding and such, my parents, well, they were always afraid that I would get hurt, and so they did allow me to do rollerblading. And when I got my rollerblades, I had like all kinds of padding. My parents made sure I had like a helmet and like the knee guards and all that other kind of stuff. I felt like a little dork, um, but yeah, we would do roller hockey a little bit, and I would say the sport that I like the most, I would say golf. I like golf a lot, but aside from that, that I played, I like watching football, but I actually played, I don't know, probably baseball or uh, basketball. And how about you? What sport did you like playing the most? Basketball. And
I know you gathered so many
exactly.
additional witnesses that you detail in the book, and even with as much time as we have, we can't go through them all.
How was your team when you played?
Fourth clip of this hypnosis session. And when we come back, Irina, I'd like to ask you if any of the other witnesses that you've spoken to have similar descriptions. In this clip, under hypnosis, Calvin Parker discusses what this craft looked like. Let's play it now.
I couldn't move. I was laying there. I was paralyzed. I was looking up because I couldn't look any other way. And something came out of the stadium.
Can you see it?
I can. It's metallic blue. It's square. And it just comes straight down and stops in front of my eyes. And
There
it
you go.
started circling my head and making a clicking noise. And then it just stopped again. We're back up in the ceiling.
I understand
This thing
very well.
backed up to the wall and stood there just wrestling, just feel like he was placed there.
I'm very competitive. I don't know if I'm intense, but I like to win. I hate to lose, and so whatever the sport is, I want to win. Though, but I'm not like super intense. Like I don't get overly aggressive in a game. I'm pretty fair, I would say, and if we lose, we lose. But I do want to win, and I don't ever want to lose, whether it's on a team or an individual match, and no matter what the sport is. So the sport that I played most recently, uh, well, I played golf, but I was doing that against myself. That's the thing about golf. You can play golf like against yourself. And do you play any golf? Oh, you said putt putt. Um, but at least like if you're familiar with golf, is you can play, and so like you see what your score is and you try to beat that. But what I was doing it for to get to just like I was on the range, on the practice range, and trying to hit the ball far and like straight and all the other things. But I didn't go out and play. Um, I just I had more fun doing what I was doing. But at least when it can't, comes to the sport that I played last competitively would be racquetball. And while you're not familiar with what that is, it's a very intense sport. It's a very fast sport, and so the ball travels very quickly in this little room. And um, and so I used to put it's indoors, yes, and usually played at like in like a racket club or like I don't know YMCA's have racquetball courts, and they can also double as squash courts as well. So I know you don't really know what squash is either, but yeah, it's literally just like a plain box. Imagine like a plain white box. That's what it is. You play it inside that, and it's a plain white box. Like it's like there's not like a net. There's no hoop. It's like you hit the ball up against the wall, and so it no, you play against another person.
And captured him. And then he was in a room.
And it's a very fun game. It's a very fast game. The ball can travel very quickly, and so that's the last time I would say that was a few years ago that I played that competitively. But and then I run. I like to run generally. So that's not necessarily a sport. I mean, it most certainly is, but I wouldn't like run in races, though I have in the past, and that's fun too. To like top your personal best. That's certainly an interesting thing to do. But yeah, so um, I would say that you're you are the more athletic of the two of us. At least you played that more. You played competitive sports at a higher level than I ever have. So that's a feather in your cap. Maybe you're not the more athletic. Yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I'm sitting here with a little chalkboard, like checking these things off. No, I'm kidding. But yeah. Well, so what did you? I didn't even get a chance to ask you. How was your day today? What did you do?
In our technology today, if we're doing MRI or that sort of thing, they put us on a gurney and send us in this big
Very well. How was mom?
the impression of scanning here is a little tiny thing. If you said like a debit card today, you say like an iPhone, and it gives the impression of being
Oh, it's very close.
evolved type of scanning that we would have now. So
It's
that people
beautiful.
look at
It's a
it,
very artistic town. It's very expensive,
scan the different
but it
things,
is right on the
and
beach.
you see human-like beings on UFOs, and then you'll see beings that don't look human along with humans, along things that look human.
I can see that.
Philip, the same kind of question for you. Your impression of Calvin's memory there, the hypnosis session. Why did you put him under hypnosis? Because he seemed to have pretty good recollection of what happened that night. And what else came out of those sessions?
Oh, it's unfortunate.
Come down there.
And she's thinking of moving down here.
She said we had the opportunity, George, so we took it while it was there. Calvin pointed out that he never needed hypnosis.
Sure.
But he could
You know
remember
what that is.
pretty much most of it. What the hypnosis did for him was clarify one or two things.
Definitely.
Now,
It's very close.
we've been under hypnosis before, and so we wanted to ask the same sort of things. What did come out is that we found that he had two other encounters as a young boy, and he also had another encounter in 1993. And the common denominator amongst all these four encounters was this female. She was in all four of them.
Oh, so that's pretty cool.
And
But warm for you guys.
in the book by Professor
It had been very hot here recently, so I'm glad that this hurricane, I can't believe I'm saying that, is going to be coming through. Like, usually like the high 80s to low 90s, at least where I am, which is right off the coast. And then more inland, it'll get into the like hundreds or 110s. But at least where I am, you get a nice ocean breeze, so it doesn't ever get super hot, but it's pretty warm. I mean, it's definitely hot Southern California weather, and so I'm excited for this hurricane to come through, and then it'll cool off, and then it's really nice for the rest of the year. Like even it. Oh my gosh, yeah. It doesn't even get. It does like the coldest it gets is like 60, and so it's really nice. Like even December here is like 65 degrees. It's really nice, and that's the low. I mean, sometimes it'll get like a little lower than that, but and usually like the high is like 75 degrees then, and so once you get through the summer, like some aspects of the summer, it's really nice. So I'm excited about that. And hopefully after this hurricane, that's what we'll see. It is coming tomorrow. And then it's supposed to make landfall tomorrow night, I think. And then Monday it'll be rainy. But, you know, they over, the news a lot of times over blows these things out of proportion. You're
pointed to what Calvin calls a big uplift, and the next thing you know, he's back outside on the field.
exactly. And if you've lived anywhere else in the country, the people would be laughing at you. I did, yeah. I thought it was very good. Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Involving a police constable who was on duty in his patrol car back in 1980. And during his hypnosis, he reported seeing these little brown-headed
Can you hear me?
creatures. But there's a man.
No, I was saying yes, I did see it. I thought it was a very good movie. It was a little, I thought it was a very good movie. It was a little long, but I thought it was very good. Exactly. Yeah, I thought it was like hyped adequately, and it was very, I think, historically accurate. It was quite a good story, so I did like it. I'm glad I saw it. And you said you liked it?
crackhead, George, so please excuse me, is when Charlie got off, he got hold of one of these things, he got the trip in his fall out. As Calvin pointed out,
I'm in agree. I like historical movies, especially when they have like,
when I started looking
I don't know,
into
figures
it,
from
Calvin
history
got the
depicted.
documents, and he
I
said,
like to
"Don't
see
give
how
me
they
your
like. I like that Einstein exactly. What they make Einstein look
first port of call was the Center for UFO Studies, was Heineck was involved. I tell you what,
exactly.
this is going to get really good here, Philip, so I don't
And you know, he lived not the most moral of lives either. You know, and I think that was depicted pretty accurately with him being kind of a womanizer. So I thought that was interesting. And yeah, so I'm glad I saw it. We still have to watch Barbie, and so we'll make plans for that. You tell me. I do. I think it looks really cute. Yeah, I mean, I I uh, I never played with Barbies, but I certainly can empathize with girls who played with Barbies, and I don't know. I'm interested to see their take on it. I've heard there's some things about it, like I don't know, like there are really cute aspects of it. I'm excited for that, but then there it kind of I don't want it to get too preachy. I hear it kind of can get preachy, but I don't know. I'll be the judge whether it is or not. Exactly. Which is interesting because it's like Barbie, which is a very effeminate character, and that's true. Agreed. What? So that's what I'm saying. Exactly. So you said you had a doll collection and Barbies about them. I want to know all about your doll collection. I don't know. I mean, it's like your toys. These are part of your adolescence. It's interesting to me.
University of Idaho student, after a cross-country manhunt, a PhD student is charged with a crime. But were these his only victims? Join the producers of the Python Massacre to explore all
Sure.
sides of this shocking crime.
Those will be worth a lot, perhaps.
Listen to the Idaho Massacre on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Guys, why get Viagra, aka Sildenafil, through Roman? Roman's 100%
Very cool.
only be prescribed
Did you
medication. Roman offers free discreet shipping. For 20% off your entire first order, go to road.co.
agree? Did you have the dream house and the convertible?
Termites are swarming in Southern California. Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Call 800 Pacific or visit pacificcoasttermite.com. Pacific Coast Termite.
Portions of the following program will be
Of
recorded.
course.
The people
That's a big one.
committed the crimes, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crimes. And gangs are in the business of crime. Johnny Depp, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and
The books, right?
on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. A comprehensive show with any kind of gun restriction is not going to stop every shooting. A speed limit is not going to stop everybody from speeding.
It was. But didn't they have American Girl stores? I know they had one in Chicago.
Another mass shooting. We are all devastated.
Oh, okay.
Until the next one. Bill Handel. And then the same argument starts all over again. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime
Okay.
on the iHeartRadio app. Nothing gets past us. We are on.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live, stream on the iHeartRadio app. Here's the latest on the tropical
Is that like Build a Bear for like a doll?
in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Governor Newsom has declared a state of emergency for most of Southern California. That will
The
free up
child.
resources and funding after Hillary's aftermath. Hurricane Hillary has now been downgraded to a she is now listed as a deadly hurricane as Mexican officials say one person is drowned off Baja. The National Weather Service says Hillary will push onshore into San Diego with the eye of the storm expected to arrive around 3 p.m. Outer bands of heavy rain and strong winds expected sooner. Wind gusts up to 73 miles per hour expected. The CHP encouraging people to not be on the roads today. FlightAware says hundreds of flights have been canceled into and out of SoCal.
Now, American
Also,
Girl
Amtrak
dolls,
and
they were
Metrolink
larger,
trains have
right,
service
than
restrictions
Barbie.
in place until Monday, and all Orange County beaches are closed. The Riverside County
Okay.
Emergency Management District says sandbags are still available.
Those are available from most county fire stations. So far delivered over 94,000 sandbags.
They say supply is limited. The Pentagon has issued orders for some San Diego military ships to ride out the storm at sea. Jack Cronin has.
With the tropical storm warnings in place, the Navy says there are now a storm condition alpha. All available San Diego ships will be underway today from Naval Base San Diego, Coronado, and Point Loma. The ships will remain at sea until the storm passes naval aircraft secured at hangars at Coronado, Naval Air Facility El Centro.
Well,
The death toll in
what's your
Maui
favorite doll that you had?
114. Officials say search and rescue teams continue to dig through rubble. Hundreds of people still reported missing. Meantime, 140 Coast Guard responders have been sent to assist. Two men have been charged with robbery and assault in an crime spree involving a series of incidents in the San Gabriel Valley, including one last week where a woman was
Oh,
dragged in
wow.
a parking lot in a purse snatching. Cameron Perry and Russell Hardy Jr., both 19, are scheduled to be arraigned Monday in Pomona. Riverside
Sure.
County has confirmed 2 human cases of West Nile virus.
Samantha, that sounds familiar. That was a big one. Okay. I have cousins who were into dolls and like friends of the family. Yeah, and girls from my school were into, yeah, and so it was a big deal to go to Chicago and go to the American Girl store. And I remember they had books that went along with them, and they were expensive, if I recall. And so it was a really kind of special if you had one, and or a few of them, and they were just different because they weren't like what you were saying. They were unique. You had to get them through a catalog, or you had to go to the store. You couldn't just get them at your local Toys R Us like you could a Barbie. And so, and then girls took really good care of them. I remember, like, I don't know, Barbie kind of they were more like, they were cheaper, but the American Girl ones, like, they were much more, how would I want to say it? The quality seemed better, I think. I mean, I never played with them, so I don't really know, but it seemed as if they were, like, they had more ornate outfits as well, I think, more than Barbie. Barbies are like, exactly, but Barbie's like cloth and Velcro, and these girls had like different layers of clothing, as I understand. Though again, I never played with either of them, but I did have a little bit of experience. Yeah, I mean, I like action figures. I mean, I shouldn't say like I'm really into action figures because I'm not, but I had friends maybe who were into action figures and stuff, and I guess I yeah, I mean, I think most boys my age had GI Joe, and but I had a lot of action figures now that I think about it, but I wasn't someone who um like saved them for like collectible. Like I would play with them, and I had a friend of mine who he was really into collecting, like keeping them in the box and all pristine and everything. I agree. Thank you. I know. So e- exactly. So I've always vowed, if I'm a father, if and when I'm a father, God willing, I will buy my kids two, one for the box and one with which to play. And so we'll save one, for like collectibles, and then they can play with one as well. And I've heard I've heard other parents who have said that that's the way to go. And so that's kind of, yeah, because then you number one get to play with it. That's the key. But then additionally, these things become very valuable in the future, and you have the preserved version of it. And the exactly. So
2022 killing of 4 University of Idaho students after a cross-country manhunt.
Exactly.
PhD student
And
was
so,
charged with the crime.
and so you just buy one of them, and or you buy two of them, and then you, if you can afford it, and then your kid plays with the one, and then the other one is just like for the collector collection. And you can usually buy them pretty cheaply, um, when they're let's say uh, at the beginning, like whenever you buy them, they're usually not very expensive. Exactly, but give them some time, and they most certainly will be. So I would say, uh, what toy, like I had GI Joe, um, and GI Joe changed sizes. I don't know if you're familiar, but I don't know how big he was, but I think he was like, I think maybe he was either 12 inches, I think, like a long time ago, and and then they made them small, with like, where they could fit in vehicles and such. And so those are the I had the smaller ones. And um, I had friends of mine who had like Star Wars characters. um, I wasn't so much into that. I really got into computer games and things like that as well. Um, I had friends of mine who would do, like, they would hand paint these, like, I don't even know what they were called, but they would be like little, like, knights, like, like knights on horseback from medieval times. They got into those. Yeah, to some extent, they were models. I don't. It was a certain brand, though. I think that they got really into. I had friends who did models as well. Um, I had models, but those were kind of like, I had to keep them in the box. So I guess they were, yeah. And so we had some models. I guess I had some that I could play with, which I could play. There were race cars, like little, like Hot Wheels and micro machines and things with which we play. Did you ever have Polly Pocket? Do you know what Polly Pocket is? So they made it's understandable. No, definitely. It, my parents were the same. I did have the Polly Pocket equivalent, which is known as Mighty Max, which was a lot of fun. It was like Mighty Max. So, like, Polly Pocket was like, like a really little toy, and it had like a boy equivalent, which was called Mighty Max, and I really liked that. I had like wrestling action figures as well. That was fun. And um, trying to think, like superhero action figures like Batman, Superman, that kind of stuff. I had that, but none of these were like at all um, for collectors. Like, I mean, I had these things in the bathtub with me. I had them in the mud. I had them all over the place. And I was an only child, so they kind of became exactly, and they kind of became my friends. I mean, I didn't talk to them like, but I had like stuffed animals as well. And when you're an only child, or if you don't have someone around who's your age, I am. No, I am. So um, they became, like your your. I don't want. I had a lot of stuffed animals as well. I think just because you didn't want to be lonely, because you didn't have exactly. And while I didn't, well, but I didn't talk to them. What I would do is I really like to play with them in sports. Like, what do I mean? I would like pretend they were playing football, and I would like, rearrange them like that. And I would do the same with my action figures, or we'd play basketball or whatever. And they were like, exactly. So I enjoyed doing that. And yeah, so I had a pretty big stuffed animal collection, and I would have to arrange them before bed. I would make sure that they were all like tucked in, because oh yeah, absolutely. I had to make sure that they were all like in the proper places, and because they all had to be underneath the covers in a certain way, just because they were like friends. I want to make sure they were all taken care of over. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Stuffed animals were. Now my action figures, no, they were, but I would put action figures. Yeah, exactly. Could you fall asleep on an action figure and have like an indent of a Batman in you for half the morning if that happened? exactly. I can remember one time I fell asleep on Legos. Oh man, I had all kinds of just marks on my body because of Legos. Um, but yeah, and then there were the old like the army men. I don't know if you're familiar with like army men, but I'm sure you are. The little figurines that are like plastic and green. You know what I'm so those were really big when I was a kid too. Which I don't know if kids play with that kind of stuff nowadays. It seems like I had cowboys and Indians. We call them cowboys and Indians, and I don't think they have those toys anymore, or the cool one. Well, then you just need to go get yourself some power, and We will cut this conversation short.
And this is the
No,
PDF file, the red file on past the door. Right in the middle of this file, George, we found a one-page
that'll definitely happen.
typewritten
Well, I
document.
want
So it's done on the old
you said
typewriter.
since 2017,
You
right?
see that because the date is written as October the 12th, and then they typed 13 over the top. This is 1973. So 2 days after the event had happened. And it's entitled Punctual. And it basically describes
That definitely could be.
Kelly and Calvin stripped down to their underwear and
Well, it did its job tonight, and I wanted you to know it was a pleasure to speak with you. I'm glad we got to speak, and I look forward to chatting in the near future. And I hope you have a wonderful Sunday. Excellent. Sweet dreams, Rachel. Take care. Bye. You're such a pimp. Big I know. I like talking to girls about their dolls. Really? Yeah, I like action figures and shit. Why? Little lives that get to control. It's tight as fuck. Are you done? Oh my god. I got an album. Are you excited about the Women's World Cup? I'm gonna fall asleep over it, I'm sure. You think the British are gonna win? Let's bet my life on it. There's no way Spain wins. Why? Spain lost 4-0 to Japan. So Spain should be very proud of their team. They made it very far. I gotta say, I like talking to her. It's just it gets in the way. I would just tell her, I wish I could pause time and talk to her because it just takes up my whole fucking night. We talk about a lot. You think she's DTF? She'd be like, she DTF? Like, honestly, I think she's a virgin. Really? For real? I almost can sense virginity on the phone. Maybe I'm wrong. Why? None of our conversations are at all sexual. And I don't know, she seems like very modest person, which is cool. Dog. Well, you're a virgin too. Yeah, right. Dog. I follow motherfucker. Yo, I gotta piss. From that woman.
I'd say those photos were pretty profound pieces of evidence. Dr. Arena Scott, the emergence of social media has been such a great tool for the two of you in finding additional witnesses and expanding the scope of your investigation. If you give me broad stroke description of how many additional similar things over the course of several days around the time of Calvin's experience, right?
Yeah, we had probably about 50 of you, and there, due to what the sheriff's son said, that there were a lot of people that reported the police right then to the sheriff's office. So we can't correlate the people, most of the people who actually talked to any data they have because they lost their data. But it gives you kind of like confidence that there were a lot of other people that saw things at that time that it wasn't just that, well, I mean, some of the people say, well, these people just want to be famous and they're coming out and saying that to get their fame. Well, like, Phil had to really search for them. They didn't just come out of the woodwork, a lot of them. And even two of the principal people, such as Calvin Parker, he could have been world famous immediately, and he didn't even talk about it for around 50 years. And so people were pretty reluctant to come out. And also, back in those days, you couldn't talk about it much anyway because there was a lot of harassment. And that's the reason why it was caused by the government. The government was programming people that are harassed and make fun. They didn't say anything about UFOs, even though the government was secretly investigating themselves and trying to figure out what they were. So,
We've been looking at this for a long time. Is the same thing going on now, or was that a phase that whoever they are, they had a plan, a program to carry out, and they got it done? Or is it this way? We just don't hear about these kinds of things because everybody is focused on cover up and types of technology and things of that sort.
you mean the government cover up, or?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Is the agenda of whoever these visitors are, is that still underway? Are they still doing the same kinds of things that they did to Calvin?
Yo, dog, now you gotta download that. This sucks. Yo, should be like, being Jewish sucks. Yeah, this isn't even happening, dog.
Possibly they are. Is requests from people now that are abductions and things. I don't think there's as many as there used to be. Like in 1984, I think Bud Hopkins wrote the book Missing Time. He found a lot of people that would just experience missing time and what hypnotized. They would say things like they were abducted or had close encounters and that sort of thing. And so I think it's still going on, but the government may not be, the government, they sound like they know what they're doing, but they may not know anything about it. They may not be able to protect people if something is going on.
Philip, let me ask you this. So as these stories come out, and it is revealed that Calvin, it wasn't one incident, it was at least four through the course of his life. It must have occurred to you that that incident on the Pastor Bull River, it might have been Hickson who was sort of the inadvertent victim, that Calvin was the target, unless Hickson had similar encounters through the course of his life.
Well, there you go, John. You need to know that from the because what we did discover amongst our research was a child who went on the regressive hypnosis twice in the 1980s with the Hopkins. One in 1985 and once in 1989. And we have obtained copies of those tapes, the sessions were recorded and transcribed them as well. And guess what? Charlie Hickson also had two encounters when he was a young fella. And he had another sighting, later on that was also witnessed by other members of his family. I can't remember the date of that off the top of my head. So both men had, childhood encounters as well. And in the two sessions with Clark, first session actually feels pretty came off with just these childhood encounters. The second one about the 1973 event and so on. So both gentlemen shared a similar, not the same, but a similar series of events. Although with Charlie, there was no female involved. There wasn't this sinister female with this mask who seemed to hurt Calvin. But so we learned that as well. I mean, we didn't even know there was any connection. More hypnosis, for example, at that point. We knew that on the hypnosis with Dr. James Harder and Dr. Leo Sprinkle, and recently I've uncovered the audio file with Leo Sprinkle and Charles Calvin, and we'll have a copy of that as well. So, but what is interesting, George, is that people will say hypnosis taps into your fantasies, your dreams, etc. And I'm not denying that. But when you look at the full conscious testimony given by both gentlemen, and then look at the hypnotic testimony by both gentlemen, it doesn't differ. They are both the same. And as Calvin pointed out, I don't need hypnosis. I can remember it all anyway.
Yo, dog, you got a bunch of shit you gotta do nowadays.
Well, give you one.
You got this. You got this.
When Charlie and Calvin were driving up to the fishing spot that night, they passed another car.
You can clean out your pee.
And that car was a woman talking couple. Now, Calvin could remember the make, the model, the colour, and even the tag of that car. But what he couldn't remember was the license plate. Now, when he went under hypnosis with Bud Hopkins, guess what? He remembered the license plate number.
That's amazing.
We have the number. What Calvin went on to say, and we haven't written that in his book because it's not something we can prove, but he said he hired a private detective to find the two people who were registered to that license plate number back in 1973. They were the two people that was on the other side of where the UFO was. They were parked in the car. And he said they found them. That the gentleman had since passed away, but the lady was in a nursing home. And she agreed to speak to Calvin on one condition: don't tell anybody my name, and that's it. And that kind of man is, he won't even tell me the name. And he said she confirmed them seeing the UFO take off. They took off like a bat out of hell, sat in the car. So that, it clarified that piece of information for him. So, hypnosis can be a useful tool. Depends on the person under hypnosis, and it, of course, depends on the person conducting the hypnosis. But I could, again, what we've done, George, we've put recent hypnosis that was done in 2022 in the book, transcribed it all word for word with both Calvin and Maria Blair, and we'll leave the reader to judge whether hypnotic testimony is of any use or not. Simple as that.
Dr. Scott, what's the agenda here? Why did this happen to Calvin and to Nixon? Let me just say in advance of that, what an amazing coincidence. Calvin, who lives hundreds of miles away, is told, hey, go meet this guy Charlie. He might hire you to work at the shipyard. This first day that they're together, they work together, they go out fishing, both get abducted, and it turns out both have had multiple experiences through the course of their lives. That's almost like a plan, right?
Well, they were family friends. Charles was a friend of Calvin's father, and Calvin was a friend of Charles's son, so they already knew each other. And Calvin was kind of looking for a stable job because he wanted to get married
was flying around that she thought was an airplane that later they found, according to their hypnosis, that it was waiting to abduct them. And she said that when her husband said, let's take our clothes to the boat, that that's when the thing zoomed in. And that's when she saw the thing flop up. And so I think there's an element of mind control going on.
As if the suggestion is planted or something, huh?
Yeah. And that's what makes the whole thing complicated, is it's not just a physical event like technology and all that. There may be a full-on mind control, and you don't know who's controlling who or how many people are being controlled, or whether the top part of our social hierarchy is being controlled or what. Because, like the Air Force has always said for many, many, many years, that there's nothing to it. They've had evidence there is to it, but there is nothing to it. For example, I worked at the TEL in 1953 before the Robertson panel, which was designed to debunk UFOs. The Air Force had secretly hired the TEL to do a study of UFOs, and there were some strange things about that too. But one thing was what's called the Pinnacle Memo, and this was a whistleblower document where several big people at the TEL had written to the Air Force and said they want the data from their study to use to get the scientists for the Robertson panel, and they said they didn't have the data yet, and so the CIA was right in with the Robertson panel. The Robertson panel was out the data, said there's no such thing to UFOs, and said to monitor UFO groups and everything else, which shows that the government was lying. And that was a disclosure way back in 1953 that nobody seemed to notice much about, but I had worked at the TEL and knew some of the people that worked there on the UFO subject, and so it was pretty clear to me.
I'm familiar with the memo. It was leaked to me in the early 90s, and I made it public. I was the first one to leak it to the public. It caused quite a stir back then, and is still a remarkable document even now. We're talking about old mammal, Dr. Irina Scott. Their book, Beyond Reasonable Doubt, The Pascagoula Alien Abduction, is not only filled with the story of Dixon and Calvin Parker, but also all these other witnesses, and is jam-packed with documents and reports, newspaper clippings of the time, photos and drawings from the various witnesses. We'll come back and jump into what the ultimate agenda might be. We're going to the break with a guy who supposedly met the devil in Mississippi, Robert Johnson.
The National Weather Service says Hurricane Hillary has been downgraded to Category 1, but winds are still being clocked up to 95 miles per hour. She's also a deadly storm now, as Mexican officials say one person is drowned off Baja. The National Weather Service says Hillary will push onshore into San Diego with the eye of the storm expected to hit land around 3 p.m., but outer bands of heavy rain and very strong winds expected much sooner. The THC is encouraging people to not be on the roads today. FlightAware says hundreds of flights have been canceled into and out of SoCal. Also, Amtrak and Metrolink trains have service restrictions in place until Monday. Southbound weather from KLI. Heavy rain, gusty winds expected throughout the day. Winds gusting as much as 73 miles per hour. Right now it's 70 in Newport Beach. Phillip Park reports 74. 75 for Newhall, and it's 72 degrees in Calabasas. We leave local from the KLI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
There's a breakdown on the Pasadena Freeway in Elysian Park. Stalled car is blocking the right lane, one in the southbound toward Academy Road. The driver outside the car using a flashlight. Looking along the east of the 710 freeway, big rig in the car smacked the average 710 on Willow Street. That was taken away in the left lane. And in Anaheim on the 91 west, the 91 eastbound, we're carrying two-car crash on the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Errol Roy.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So good, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital. Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infection from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com. I want to be able to keep my plan.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Foo Fighters,
All on board.
Kelly Clarkson,
Brown,
Lil Wayne, Clover,
Lenny Kravitz,
Miguel,
Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott,
Tim McGraw,
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars,
Get your tickets now.
iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Access.com. Hey, Uline. They know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com. Hey guys, why get Viagra, aka sildenafil, through Roman? Roman's 100% online. You'll only prescribe genuine medication. Roman offers free discreet shipping. For 20% off your entire first order, go to ro.co/reason. ro.co/reason. They are calls from a water jail suspect accident. I got to the ER and swung to him. One machine, so it was in it. He had several injuries. He had a stroke from the accident. And then went to a coma. The accident has changed his life tremendously. He lost pretty much everything he had. We pretty much took care of it. There was a lot of unanswered questions, and I needed somebody to get to the bottom of it. I don't know what we would have done if it hadn't been for Morgan. I've been at this for a long time, and over time, I like to think of the hundreds of thousands of clients that we've helped. My office and home are full of scrapbooks and pictures of you and your families, and I love when I bump into so many of you later in life. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. We'll always be here for you. We always feel like someone to say trust. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Hey, we're Eargo. We engineered the hassle out of better hearing with innovative hearing aids perfect for every ear, lifestyle, and wallet. No matter which Eargo you choose, you get cutting-edge audio technology, rechargeability, and your very own hearing professional on call every step of the way. But all this and more in a device so small no one can tell you're wearing it. Eargo is everything you need for better hearing, but none of the compromise of the other guys. Starting at just $14.50. That's the Eargo difference. Visit Eargo.com today and find an Eargo that's right for you. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas this September. With artists of every genre.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com. KFI AM 640. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp. That's our Beatles bumper tune for tonight, Your Blues. We're talking with Philip Mantle, Dr.
We'll talk to our guests about that. Look at the big picture right after this on Coast to Coast AM. Fun and adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on brilliant sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sundlin. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills with straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of titles: iWagon, Haunted Planet, Space Ranger, Codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Wagon Jr. Join them at iWagon.com. That's iWagon.com.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising because that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the con, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the color. I've got a Labrador. She can hardly lift herself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been there. The treatment was chemotherapy. Man, I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it. She took to it right away. 3 weeks, you could tell. She was very alert. 6 weeks into the protocol, she seemed like she was 100%. She was going on a 5-mile walk. I'm like, my goodness, she is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
Soon, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa are expected to announce a new international super currency fully backed by gold or other commodities. This is the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar in the past 80 years. Protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout by diversifying with gold from the Birch Gold Group. Get a free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word COAST to 989898. Again, text COAST to the number 989898 and claim your free kit from Birch Gold.
Gosh.
What is the agenda here? Why does this happen to humans? Why have so many people all over the globe reported similar experiences dating back at least a century, probably more than that? So last time we had Calvin Parker here, he doesn't pretend to be a scientist. He's not an expert on exoplanets or extraterrestrials, anything of that sort. But he did have some thoughts on why this might be happening and what's behind it. And here's a clip of that. If you think I have a strong redneck draw, baby, he did. And I think that maybe before they come, they study. They know your life. They know your favorite colors. They train for that, just like we train our military when you go into another country. Some of them know the language, the dress code, what they like, what they dislike. I believe that this race is just like anybody else on this earth. We have so many different races and so many different religions. Everybody believes so many different ways. But when it boils down to it, if you read the Bible and then you read their Bible,
Gosh. Let's do that for a
Hey
little.
guys, you better come with me. There's some weird big nose guy hiding in the bushes outside some chick's house.
My heart always timidly hides itself behind my mind. I set out to bring down stars from the sky. Ow! Ow! Oh my God! 4 men are beating me. My arm! I think it is broken. Who are you guys? Why? Why? I'll give you anything if you would only stop hitting me. Please stop pulling my nose. It is not fake. I think I am dying. Please take me to the hospital.
Your words have bewitched me. I need your arms around me. Come to my chamber at once.
And bring pound cake.
And bring pound cake.
Please come to bed. Enough of the community watch. We live on a very safe street.
Lois, you wouldn't believe the things we see out there. There was a kid riding his bike while holding a tennis racket. For real.
Come on. Let's fool around. Watch a movie. I'll finally click that crapple icon on the TV.
Lois, I am an unelected vigilante, and I take my job very seriously, like Serious George.
Hey, George, want to go to the park? thank you, but no.
It's a beautiful day. Lots of mischief to get into.
I don't doubt that, but as you can see, I'm pretty busy. I'm trying to get a head start on my taxes.
Oh, I see. Trying to figure out a way to deduct bananas?
Because I eat bananas. Terrific. Hey, you're inside, so don't wear a hat. Unless you're leaving, which would be terrific also.
What the hell? Hey, you! Step away from that table. Brain fart. Window. Sorry. Hold it right there. I'm warning you. Hands where I can see them. Cleveland Junior? Mr. Griffin, you shot me! Oh my God!
Tina, how are you? Tina? Okay, I'm starting a good life without you.
Phew! Unlike you, I just dodged a bullet. Okay, next is the Brown family. Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry. Sometimes I write descriptions of my patients to help me remember them.
No, it's okay. Our last name is Brown.
Oh, okay, phew. Then this must be Jumpster Dum-Dum.
I'm sorry, sir. No visitors.
Excuse me, I'll have you know I'm the shooter. So, how's he doing?
How's he doing? How do you doing? You shot my son.
Look, Cleveland, I'm real sorry. I thought someone was breaking into your house, and I panicked. It was dark. I don't know why he didn't just say it was him. I couldn't hear you. I was listening to music. I went to turn it down, and the next thing I know, you shot me. How the hell were you climbing in the window of your own house anyway? My dad says opening the door lets out too much air conditioning.
I already have a bullet in my son. I don't need one in my wallet.
You wouldn't have fired that gun if he was white.
That's not true. I'll shoot anybody. Joe, give me your gun. Here you go. Wait a second. Look, let's all just calm down.
Calm down. I want this racist out the room, and I want him arrested.
Racist? I put these gloves on for everybody. Oh, you're talking to him. Look, the police department has deemed the shooting accidental. Given the circumstances, Peter was within his rights to fire his weapon.
And what about my son's rights not to be shot?
Look, Cleveland. Letitia? I thought he had a gun. I never want to do anything to hurt you or your family. You're my friend.
I was your friend. Now get out of here. You're nothing but a worthless bigot.
Wow, I really messed up. I haven't felt this bad since I drove by that speed sign. Hey, does anybody know if Cleveland's coming by? I was hoping to apologize and collect his deposit for the community watch shirts.
I talked to him earlier. He doesn't want to be anywhere near you.
Hey, look, they're talking about the shooting.
Good evening. 2 nights ago, there was a shooting right here in our own backyard. The victim, a 14-year-old boy named Cleveland Brown Jr. Joining me tonight is his father, Cleveland Brown.
So that's not really Quahog, it's just a big picture?
Now, Mr. Brown, I understand you're trying to get the police to reopen the investigation.
That's right, Tom. My family and I believe this shooting was a hate crime, and we'd like to see Mr. Griffin held accountable for his actions.
Hate crime? That's crazy. I love all people. I love blacks, I love Asians. Hell, I even love gay Aborigines.
Wow, this is just great, Rita. Everyone in us now.
The cashier at the grocery store told her to push on, and then she snapped her fingers, and now I think she's my new favorite lady in the world.
I don't understand. I'm not a racist. It's well documented that my dream freeway is S at Pathan Murkison and CCH pounding. S, this is CCH. CCH, this is S. It is my intention that we conduct this with both sexiness and dignity.
Peter, this is a hot-button issue. I mean, you shot an African-American kid. Of course this isn't just going to go away.
There's got to be something I can do to make things right. I just have to prove to everybody that I'm not a racist.
How are you going to do that?
Well, for starters, I'm going to head over to the YMCA. There's nothing black guys like more than out-of-shape indoor basketball white guys. Hey, I'm trying my best here, and trying is what matters most of all.
You're right, Peter. We need to give you a chance, no matter what color your skin. Come on, let's play some ball.
And then Peter and his new friend. The end. Okay, kids,
Are your parents out of the room?
good. Let's get back to Slappy Floppers magazine.
What are you doing?
Lois, to show I'm in touch with what it's like to be African American, I am going to go to the middle of the town square, get naked, and paint myself brown.
No, that's offensive. You can't pretend to be black. That's a stupid idea.
What?
It's a stupid idea. You're a stupid man. A stupid man.
Ow! You're hurting me! Stop it! Stop it, Lois!
No, I'm so sick of you clowns. Why do you always do these stupid things? And why do you always announce them to me before you do them? Are you trying to get a rise out of me? Are you happy now? Is this what you want?
Oh, no, it's not what I want! It's not what I want! I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
It's never been this bad before. What do we do?
What we always do.
I'm in charge of my head. That much I know.
What the hell are you doing on my property?
It's time we buried a hatchet. So I brought a bottle of your favorite booze. Let's just have a drink and put this all behind us.
I don't want nothing from you.
Hold on, I got something else. Cigars! We can smoke them together, all happy, like a bunch of douchebags outside a wedding.
Peter, get out of here. I'm never going to forgive you for what you did.
Oh, come on, this'll change your mind.
Oh my God, quick, do something! It's not working, get rid of it!
Get your family out of that house! If they don't leave, they'll die! Round up your family and get out, or you're all gonna be sorry! Get out now!
See, kids, I told you we'd make friends here. I guess me getting transferred by the Xerox Corporation wasn't the first thing after all.
Oh, thank God, Joe. Are you here to give me the deposit for the shirts?
No, Peter, I'm here to place you under arrest for the attempted murder of Cleveland Jr.
What are you talking about? You know it was an accident.
Yeah, but let's just say public opinion is shifting. The boys upstairs said they could no longer ignore it.
Who the hell are the boys upstairs?
I have no idea. There's no elevator. But whoever they are, they're pretty steamed about this whole thing.
Peter, what's going on?
They're taking me to jail.
Oh my God!
Don't worry, Dad. I'll send you a cake with a file in it.
These are just the owner manuals for all our kitchen appliances. Well, guess I finally have time to learn to reset the clock on the coffee maker.
He never did.
You're not gonna rape me, are you?
Of course I'm not going to rape you. I'm going to make you fall in love with me. Then we'll see what happens.
Oh, no. It's already working.
Griffin, you have a visitor?
Carter, what are you doing here?
Hello, Griffin. I'd like to talk to you about these charges that have been brought against you. Why don't we go somewhere a little more private?
I guess I'll see you in a little bit.
It's going to feel like an eternity.
How is it that I'm only just now meeting you? Look, Carter, you gotta believe me. He didn't shoot Cleveland Jr. because he was black.
Hey, you don't have to tell me that. The media's out there making you look like a monster, all for exercising your constitutional rights.
Grove is your monster.
But don't worry, they're going to get you out of this. I'll be damned if I'm going to sit back and let them do this to one of my own.
Wait, you mean your family?
Huh? Oh, yeah, right. Look, I'm going to bail you out of here, set you up with my lawyer, and get these charges dropped.
How you gonna do that?
Don't worry, I'll come up with a good story and then eat it up. Unlike when I read my JAG fan fiction at the NCIS convention. JAG stood up and yelled, "Objection, Your Honor, by Navy law." He then turned to the lady lawyer. The gal gal from the October Maxim who still managed to be hot despite her sexless page boy haircut. Or perhaps because of it.
Ooh, terrible! Right back to the military, wrong investigative arm.
I was trying to get back into my house, and my neighbor, Mr. Griffin, shot me. He said he felt threatened by me, and got me worse than getting shot.
Your Honor, permission to hug the witness?
Granted.
Don't worry, Mr. Griffin. You're every bit as sympathetic as this chubby-cheeked cocoa angel.
I haven't been listening. What's going on?
I don't think it's lost on any of us that the laws are written on white paper.
Yeah, white paper. Check your jacket pocket.
I don't think it's lost on any of us that the laws are written on white paper. Hey, look, I'm just saying, it's no surprise that justice isn't colorblind.
Check your other jacket pocket.
Hey, look, I'm just saying it's no surprise that justice isn't colorblind. Stewie, you're a jerk.
Check Mrs. pocket.
Oh, there's nothing in here. Oh, God, the bottom of the pocket's been cut out.
Thanks, Brian. I was the mastermind behind this whole thing.
You're a witness. All right, watch this. This is where we take control of the situation.
Mr. Brown, you testify that you were listening to music at the time of the shooting.
That's right.
And isn't Jay-Z music?
Yes.
And doesn't he have the lyrics, I put the gun to you, I'll kill you, I'll chop you up, put you inside the mattress like drug money?
I was listening to Neil Sedaka's Holiday album.
And isn't it true that your last name is the same as Chris Brown's?
Yes, but I don't see.
Then what did Chris Brown do to Rihanna?
He did it like 100 times.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter into evidence this photo of a badly beaten Rihanna, as well as this print ad for the Entourage movie. Why? I can't unsee this.
What's this for?
What's he doing? He's making Cleveland Jr. look like a thug.
Oh, no, that's the idea. You don't want to go back to jail, do you?
I don't know. Maybe. Mr. Brown, please pick up this knife. Ah! He's got a knife!
This isn't fair. They're making my son look like a common hoodlum. Joe, you're a cop. Do something.
No, the soap covers everything. You might see, like, the very top of the crack, but that's not what it's about.
How do you sleep at night? Propped up on pillows on account of my fat throat. If I lay flat on my back, I die. I need pillows between my thighs myself, and this friendship is over.
Thanks for letting me sit in the back. I was flipping people off the whole way.
Get out of here, all of you. My son didn't do anything wrong.
I think this is all kind of gone too far. What do you think you're doing? I'm gonna make this right. Everyone, listen. I have something to say. Cleveland Jr. doesn't deserve any of this. All those things you heard about Cleveland Jr. were lies. He didn't do anything to me. He's a good kid from a good family. I just got scared and I did something stupid. I swear it had nothing to do with the color of his skin, but I did shoot him. I deserve to be held responsible for my actions, even if that means going to jail.
You heard him, other cops. Let's take him in.
He doesn't know our names, does he?
I don't think he does.
Wait a minute. Peter didn't shoot my son. I did. Peter was just taking the blame for me. He's a good friend.
Mr. Brown, what exactly are you saying?
I'm saying that I, Cleveland Brown, a black man, shot Cleveland Brown Jr., another black man.
Wait, where did everybody go?
You want to make the media go away? Just mention black on black crime.
Boy, the world we live in, huh?
Brian, reach into Meg's pocket.
Go ahead, Brian.
I don't want to.
Cleveland, why did you do that?
Peter, since this is about racism, Why don't we take a slow, hands clasped behind the back walk together? Listen, I know you wouldn't have shot Cleveland Jr. on account of his race. You shot him because you're stupid.
That's all I'm trying to say.
And I know you don't have hate in your heart. You were willing to go to jail for shooting my son. You took responsibility. That's what's important.
So, you forgive me?
Of course I do.
Thanks, Cleveland. Hey, how you feeling there, champ? I'm good. Getting better every day. Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Look, I hope you know, I'm sorry. Hey, these things happen.
That's my boy.
Mr. Griffin? Yeah? Coming for your ass. What's that now? I'm saying it's on. In the cool steel of a switchblade pressed against your temple. Hey, Mr. Griffin, I'm just kidding. Oh, Emma, you're gonna wonder about that bitch. See you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Post on King. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was very good. We're going to do the whole thing one more time. Follow my steps. Bring it on home. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Post on King.
nobody wants to call it. They want to hear it.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, social media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your city or market in your town. We can give you access to those potential customers you want. Radio, TV, and social. We can show you how media can work for you. Get started today at advertising.com.
Ready? This is a story that has a definite hero. His name is Calvin Hunt. Calvin came face to face with what might be the weirdest-looking aliens of all time. These boys, the Seminole boys, wherever they were from, they had categories all their own. Nothing quite like them has ever been seen before or since, or anyone even unaware of. We had the pleasure of speaking with Calvin Hunt a few years ago on Coast to Coast, and I had an even greater pleasure of meeting him in person at a UFO conference I went to a couple years ago. Sensible, not shallow, a man of character, a great sense of humor, and found his own way to deal with the phenomena of what is justifiably considered an abduction, taken against his will. Along with his good friend, the late Paul Simpson, taken under a very unusual trip on a spacecraft that happened in Easterville, Mississippi, just under 50 years ago, October 11th, 1973. It is one of the best known, best documented abduction cases of all time. But due to the hard work of Calvin and two investigators who came to confess, we almost still don't know about that incident and related close encounters in the same area and for the country in that same time period. My guest tonight, for example, after I read about that year, taken similar run-down films and clips to find additional witnesses, additional information that might shed more light on the possible incident. While the both have the fact, there may just beyond reasonable doubt a possible alien abduction is unknown. My friend Calvin Hunt is not proof of his honest and if he's struggling with the most serious possible diagnosis kind of news none of us ever wants to hear. But we hope he's listening tonight and will most definitely hear from him through the course of the next 4 hours. Recordings that he made in conversations with me and in hypnosis sessions recorded by our guests. It's riveting stuff and a hugely important case. And if you were familiar with the case, I know you're going to enjoy learning more about it tonight and afterward. And those of you who don't know the case, we're going to take you through it step by step, all 4 hours. I hope you find your thinking caps, come up with some inspiring questions and comments. Or I guess, maybe some of you have more information of your own to share about this encounter or maybe your own encounter. The silly story of an hour full of is for your parents. One side note to mention, first though, and many of our listeners will remember a guy named Lee Speaker. He's been my guest on this program, is well known for a 40-plus year career as a journalist. Much of its spent covering UFOs, interesting cases. He traveled the world, worked for many years in radio news, I think for NBC Radio. More recently worked as a writer for Huffington Post, and he turned UFOs into a legitimate piece for that publication. He was very close to filmmaker James Fox, produced and continuing to produce one of James' world-class films about UFO mystery. He was Oscar square earlier this month. After all, a couple of days ago, he's just a great guy and excited to his profession, and will be greatly missed. Broadcaster Star Number 4 and I have put together a usual assortment of items and oddities for news media around the world. We call it Next News. You can find it on the Coast to Coast AM website. Among the stories there tonight, an intriguing article that explores the possibility that some alien race already live with wolves and rats amongst woodpeckers, but possibly is not even visible to the human eye. A pretty wild stuff, and it's a fairly compelling argument that's made. Also, let's talk about the dog stuff, Sirius, which has played a key role in mythology and religion, early astronomy, throughout human history, has an intriguing connection to a group in Africa, the Dogon, who claim to have met a species from that neck of the cosmic woods. There was also an update on age and what the dangers and what that could mean for animal welfare. The kind of faith let's take on this new series, where you've seen it, it's called Painkiller, to make a position, has really gotten shaky battleground for reason for what is called the opioid epidemic, that which has to do with prescription meth that was caused by illicit street drugs laced with deadly fentanyl. Those stories and more on Next News, and while you're on the website, check out how to become a Post Insider. The cost is 15 cents a day. If you subscribe for a year, gives you access to new broadcasts, programs, and interviews, including the top 12 all of them awesome. You can listen anytime you want, as often as you want. It's a good deal. So
the story of this national dual incident is one of the most famous abduction cases of all time, and when it went after the study of Barney and the Travis Walton, but two infected investigators set out to learn even more, fill in the blanks, and find out if there were any witnesses who never came forward for whatever reason. They succeeded all beyond what they might have imagined. The results are included in a stunning, in-depth, beautifully illustrated, and beyond reasonable doubt, documentable alien abduction is terrific work. Philip Martin is the former director of investigations for the British UFO Research Association. He is the National UFO Network representative for England. Honorary member of the Research Institute for Anonymous Phenomena in Ukraine. An international lecturer on the subject of UFOs. He's worked for a variety of TV and radio programs. He's an author, a publisher, and we're so glad to have him back. Dr. Irina Stockholm is an author and physiologist. He is MRO. We have an agreement that she will be here available for the program. She's aware of it. If you've lived here, Dr. Irina Stockholm, you're on the same street. Don't explore what they're doing. This is supposed to be on the radio tonight, and maybe the Filipino can try to get a hold of her as well. Well, welcome back to Coast to Coast. Can't wait to talk about this new book.
Perhaps the family don't want to speak to you again. Any idea where your colleague is, Irina? Well, she's going to let you come. That's all I know. I just said, well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on King.
learned a big lesson there. They said never take it by small talk. I always took my thumb after that.
You tell me how you got started working on this. I mean, you can ask later on in different UFO cases and incidents and topics, but what proves you this? And people are curious about, I want to dig into this and find out more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie?
If I was to conduct an interview of it, I'm not going to change it. I'm not going to come up with something outlandish. Certainly not make it prove it. So the next phone call was a little bit persuasive.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie?
Millions of people under a tropical storm warning as Hurricane Hillary pushes in. She's still listed as a Category 1 hurricane off the coast of Baja. Winds are clocked at 95 miles per hour. Forecasters are warning of flooding in areas not known for rainfall and strong winds. The PhD is now asking people to stay off the road. These weather reporting widespread rain right now hitting some areas. Los Angeles reporting rising scattered showers. Mexico has reported one death, a drowning in a vehicle washed away by the storm. Nation has declared a state of emergency for most of Southern California. That emergency response and recovery effort went poorly this past through. Southbound weather from KFI. Heavy rains, gusty winds expected throughout the day. Right now it's 74 in Houston. There reports 75. 58 in Manhattan Beach and 77 in Rialto. From the KFI 24 Newsroom. I'm Bree Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, and present to you Mr. Charlie on case. gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Cook.
Month after it began, we're bringing a countdown on the most successful women's sporting event in history. Walkouts and anthems.
Cracker Jack has been celebrating sports for over 100 years and knows that any one girl can change the game forever. I rarely saw women, let alone anyone I could relate to, in combat sports. I was out selling cookies with a dream to one day become world champion. I couldn't remember what it felt like to have wind go through my hair, but playing wheelchair basketball, I'm faster than I ever was. Inspiring the next generation. That's Cracker Jill.
First out, I don't know what's crushing professional baseball person Julio Rodriguez phone office to lock him into a 3-year contract. I hate that. Everybody hates that Julio Rodriguez. Luckily, with T-Mobile's new in 2, new and existing customers always get the same deals and are upgrade ready in 2 years versus 3. Nice move, thank you. Did I mention you can get the amazing iPhone 14 with its dual camera system? Get iPhone 14 on us at T-Mobile. Sorry.
From big cities to small towns and on main streets across the U.S., you'll find PNC Bank, helping businesses both large and small, communities, and the people who live and work there grow and thrive. We're proud to call these places home too. They're where we put down roots, and when together we work to help move everyone's financial goals forward. PNC Bank.
The next marvelous advancement in robotics is artificial intelligence.
We should never have let AI out of the box.
They can't do. They cook our meals. They run our cars. Keeping the peace. They are our civil servants.
The future never looked better.
There's DNA. Then there's HDNA. HDNA. It's what every GMC Sierra HD driver is born with, and it's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD with the pulling power to prove it. The new 2024 GMC Sierra HD. Tell hitches of the world. Prepare for more.
Set summer in motion with the most electrifying Honda vehicles yet, like the CR-V and the Accord, both with available hybrid powertrains, designed to deliver more thrilling performance and more innovative tech. Make every adventure more electrifying with Honda, the most awarded brand in car and driver 10 best history. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer today. This match is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
are few things in the world that bring us together like the game of football. The last move has proven that.
This is the game you dream of being a part of.
Spain and England remain. Two nations who've never come this far in a Women's World Cup.
This is a Spanish side that has just been clinical.
A blend of grit and flash has carried them here. Now they come together, knowing better than anyone how one pass, one shot, one moment can change everything. La Roja and the Lionesses with a chance to celebrate first FIFA Women's World Cup title. At last, the final is here.
Our thanks to Emmy winner Hannah Waddingham for narrating that tease as we close in on kickoff from here in Sydney. Temperatures in the high 50s, mild breeze. 7:53 p.m. Sunday night. Both teams in the tunnel. Is football coming home to England? This nation last featured in the World Cup final 1966. 57 years ago, a 4-2 England win over West Germany. Bobby Moore, the captain, carried off the field by the team. Spain, their last and only World Cup final appearance prior to this, July 11, 2010, in South Africa. One of the best collection of men's players on the national team level. The World Cup in South Africa. England, Spain ready for the women's final. Carly, where will this one eventually be won tonight?
I think on the defensive side, I mean, you look at both of these squads, they both like to attack, they both like to possess. I'm hoping for a goal fest, but then the defensive side of things, they're going to have to come up big, and we've seen this tournament so far. Goalkeeping been a huge, huge thing, and that's what we'll probably see tonight.
Or you picked Spain to win it all before the tournament started. Why do you like them so much today?
Well, it's just the way they develop. I mean, they've always been good at playing, but now they also embrace the winning mentality. They bounce back when they get the equalizer just minutes before they potentially have won the match, and they just go out there. And they've learned from the club level, with Barcelona bouncing back, and they have this winning mentality now. So I think they're in for the big trophy this time.
Remember, familiarity breeds contempt, but it also breeds an ability to understand your opponent, and these two teams understand exactly who they are playing, and I think that will help, in particular, this English squad coming up against the possession of Spain. Each team has come up against Spain. We want
Is it coming home to England, or will the young Spanish side make their mark in history? JP Della Camera, Ali Wagner with the call next.
And what if I want to change my plan? Stay Farm's here to help. What if I want to change sports?
Newcomer Chris Paul is maintaining a narrow lead in these final meters. And here comes an opponent closing the gap. 1 foot in front of the other. They are battling it out. And Chris Paul edges ahead. Those are the hips of a champion.
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Get a quote today. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. I sing this song for me.
Get Google Pixel 7 Pro for $10 a month. No trade-in required.
We will be crowning a new Women's World Cup champion tonight from Stadium, Australia on this gorgeous night. The final is between Spain and England. Spain has lost just once. That was to Japan in the group stage. As for England, yet to lose 5 wins and a draw so far in their 6 games. Spain is designated as the home team for tonight. This is their 11.
Yeah, and the only consistency for Spain's starting lineup is that it has changed for every World Cup match. Today's change seems for most dropped down into an attacking mid role in lieu of Putellas, and that means there is room up top for the breakout star of this World Cup, in Samopata Uela. The player scored in the quarterfinal and the semifinal match. She has the ability to stretch the England back line with her verticality, but also really good back to goal, and may create space for Beaumonti to search out of midfield. And for England, Serena had a big decision to make. She opted to leave Lauren James, their leading offensive production, on the bench. She can come in with match later, but that means Ella Toon retains her place in the lineup. She had the opening goal in that semifinal match. Her alongside Russo and Hemp up top. They're the players that I think can have big moments in this game. Hemp and Russo with their ball security in possession of the outlet essentially, but more important for their ability to run the channel into out and just relieve some pressure that Spain is likely to put on them.
History made tonight. First up, we've had a USA referee in the final. That's Tori Hexel. Rafael, Captain Nesbitt, a part of the officiating crew of the VAR team is Armando Villarreal. So congrats to all of those from the United States participating in this final. England in the light blue, Spain red tops, and the blue shorts. We're underway with Carter with the ball. Setting this one long. Spain will win this one in their own half. And then it's clear to the teenager. Mariuelo, not really a surprise starter tonight. We didn't know if she would start or come off the bench, but she was a starter the first 4 games. Some in the last 2. She scored in both.
And it makes a lot of sense for Vilda to ride a player that has been in form up top.
Oh, what a crunching hit that was. 1 player still down for England. Another hopefully down for a moment. You're so wide. Left it off. Play continues now. No one is down.
Well, that has to be a message to all 22 players on the field that the ref is going to let play go. Because that was an early hard challenge. There was some about Uelo back on the field or the starting lineup. Her slotting in centrally ones, I think, for England's back line with her pace to get in behind.
Russo, and again, the ball is going to go on the play. We kick this one off. It was 8 p.m. local time, 6 a.m. Eastern. That was the hit. 11 a.m. London, 12 p.m. Madrid. Look bad live, it looks bad on the weekend too. Just as bad. Throwing for England, far side of the stadium. A lot of support from both of these nations. Paredes with a clearance. Fans wearing USA jerseys tonight. They thought they would be in the final. Australian jerseys as well. It looked like maybe they were going to get there, but it's Spain and England. World Cup final for the first time.
You have to bring that up.
Yeah. Sorry. How will this player be tonight? Kanakoy, only her fourth international appearance. So if there's an edge somewhere, it's experience in goal with Brooks on the other end.
She looked relatively calm in that position, in possession with the ball at her feet. Spain has not been tested that much, though, with shots and difficult ones at that.
I'm real surprised that Serena Dignan made no changes to her starting 11. Whitefield on the other side made just the one, going with basically what has gotten them here to this point. Spain will use more players, 22 compared to England, 17 in the tournament. Mati with skill. Hariuelo on the right. Trying to go inside of Bright. Comes coming. Hariuelo dancing on the ball. Plays it back. Right side. Bounces across his block. Stung. Sent right back into the box. Wide of Oaks.
And part of the reason that this opens up for Spain is because of the threat of Hariuelo in behind. She drives that back line deep, and then you get the space underneath for Redondo on the near side. And then here is just the second phase of the attack coming in for Spain. The Batier.
Under all kinds of scrutiny. Remember the player protests? Some 15 players protested, not just him, but the Spanish Federation for things that they wanted to see change. Nothing changed. 3 of those players brought back, 12 left at home. But he's in the final.
Yeah, he is. Smartly so.
Yes. He wanted to talk about it yesterday at the press conference when someone asked him about it. He said, next question. Spain back there defending. They will concede and throw in deep. Paredes has played every minute.
That's going to be a battle to watch unfold between Hemp and Paredes. Hemp has the ability in pace and her ability to roll defenders to get in behind Spain.
So it's short. And now the cross coming in. Deflected, but not out of the box. Should have taken a stop.
And this is scripted by England off the throw-in. And I told you before this match, 3 goals in the semis came off of throw-ins between these two teams. Hemp is the one that gets on the end of it inside the 18, but Spain conceded against Sweden off of a throw-in and conceded one of their other best chances off of a throw-in. So England is wise to that.
Hemp has 3 goals in this tournament, tied with 2 others on her team for the most. Spain have 3 players with 3 as well as the flag is up on that far side. Good start. We're not quite 5 minutes in.
So many times, the final can be cagey in the early goings and good energy, as you said.
On that left side, but Spain will get a throw in. Carmona, who had the game-winning goal, a rocket of a shot against Sweden late to get them here. Pushed across for the talented Bonmati. On the run, Bonmati slides it over in the right. Redondo's cross back post, nobody there. Maybe they recycle with Caldente. Hermoso drives it, that's blocked. Maybe another try here. Across the way. Spain settling, it was Redondo, but it goes out.
Jicky, this attack from Spain comes with Bonmati being the release player. Here she is. She just holds that limp into the half space, and they're able to get out of England's press. And now it's just a simple ball behind for Redondo. The first cross comes in, but no one's on the end of it. And then you get another couple good looks for Spain. This time, Redondo at the back clear. She pillows that one down. But Daly closes in time.
Paredes goes back to goal. McCoy, who's given 1 goal in each of her 3 starts. 1 straight appearance. She came into this World Cup uncapped. Greenwood's pass. It's short. It's Daly. Moving it ahead. Spain pressuring the ball. But they touched the last throw in England.
Burgess team has led this tournament in goals scored with 17. They have only 6 in their first 2 World Cup tournaments combined.
And that was the knock on them. Think back to 2019. They had all the possession, but none of the potency. Well, they put the script this World Cup. 9 different goals for the squad.
Going for Fatier. That is for James on that England bench. There was some speculation maybe she starts. Redondo with a cross. And played safely back to Burks. 10 for him. Lamonti. Of the starting 11 for Spain, 7 players played for Barcelona, including Lamonti. There are 2 who played for England, played for Barcelona. There's a Walsh clearance. Russo trying to get away. 3 goals for Russo in this tournament for Alessia. Risky to play it back there. Ariuelo chasing. And Redondo. Peter Burks. He's goalkeeper of the year in 2022, largely for 2022 work. This is Paredes heading it down. Cordino goes back to goal. Spain going side to side. You've been impressed with their possession throughout this tournament. And then get out. Fatier on the right. As Redondo. Goes for Redondo. Fatier. Ariella was calling for him. Well done on the recovery by Rachel Bailey. Ball's going to go out for Spain. Flowing.
Well, it could be a long night for England chasing if that's how they opt to confront Spanish build out, and that is going hand to man a bit in midfield. England's got 2 6s with Kira Walsh and Stanway playing deeper L2, slotted higher to deal with Avellera.
Ariello's pass. Lamonti lost it there. Spain trying to recover quickly. They cannot. Nice work at the sideline. Ball pushed too far. And angled back to Coy. Coy's only 22 years of age. He's actually a backup goalkeeper at Barcelona, and that's starting in the World Cup. Upfield towards Ariuelo. That's a tough matchup, but it's 1v1. There's some foul there. That's up right. Right had the better angle, but can't match the footwork.
And again, it's just manipulation of England because they pulled up Jess Carter, and now you've got Patajuelo on Millie Bright, and that's where the contact comes in with Bright kicking the boot of Patajuelo. Ref calls it. But Spain has been able to just manipulate this English defensive structure enough to find space.
Marius setting it long. Russo tried for it, can't get it. He's knocked out of play. Belongs to England on a throw. You see Bronze goes over there. Bronze, a one-time England Player of the Year back in 2020. Got it in. Deflected ball towards Ariuelo. Picked up. That's off for a throw. Try that left side, and then that foul gets the free kick.
They're trying that left side, but Lamonti is just waving her hands in the air.
Back to live action, the ball was turned over. England on the move, in the box. 2 players going for it, and it will go. That's out. It's going to be a corner for England.
Well, here's a look at the sloppy turnover from Spain. And then it's 2 passes, and Alessia Russo's getting him behind the back line. Good recovery effort in the end from Cordina. Russo on the half turn. Beats the first defender. Maybe a little bit of contact there from the recovery efforts of Carmona. But Russo stays on her feet, so she's not going to draw that foul.
Spain have given 7 goals in this World Cup, none off of a corner kick. Up for grabs. And it is grabbed by Cook. Well done.
Millie Bray getting hugged, along with Lucy Bronze. Those are the 2 targets for England on these set pieces.
Data for Spain. Carmona. High press now from England.
Carter's all the way up there. That's one of your center backs having to track Caldente of Spain, the left winger.
Ariello's pass. Hermoso. Ronaldo makes a run on the right. Ariello left. This is the teenager on the move. In the box is Ariello trying to play the cross. Maybe a bit too unselfish there.
And again, this just looks too easy for Spain to play out the pressure of England. It's 1v1, man marking by England. You see that Jess Carter's been pulled up. That is her attacking the ball right now. That's your right center back. That means she has vacated the whole back line. And then it's just simple triangles for Spain. You play that ball high. Now you've got the underneath run joining in. Hermosa gets on it. She releases Padajuelo. This doesn't come to anything in the end. And nonetheless, this is a blueprint for how Spain can break the press of England.
14th minute. So far, so good for Spain. And England, for that matter. Zeros on the board. They've also lost it. Spain recovers quickly. Ariello. Look at the footwork. Ariello has help. Right side. Mathieu. Trying to take it in line. Play it in front. Loose and cut away from Redondo. Ariello's a handful.
Absolutely. Her ability to run in behind, yes. Her pace to close down when they are pressing, but the skill, the tight feet. She is so gifted, and to think she just committed herself fully to soccer this past year is wild to think of the ceiling that she has.
She was a track and field star. Went with soccer instead. Probably no regrets. I wouldn't think. We can hear that from up here. Carmona went down. Amaluso.
Walsh is fouled, but that is a look at how quickly Spain also counter presses. It's a sloppy pass that gives the ball to England, and then Caldente just gets too much of Walsh in that interaction.
And then they put 1 goal in this tournament. The game against the Netherlands, scoring on a penalty kick. Here's the long ball from England. Misplay. Bronze with a pickup. Help's coming. Played across the line. From distance. Kept alive. Right side. Bronze. Into the box. Missed one. Here's Davies. Shot. Off the crossbar. Rebound cleared by Mathieu. Was that close? Woodwork yet again. We've talked about that a lot in this tournament. Spain winning this. Carmona. Calm on the ball is Spain.
What a start to this World Cup final.
Outside. Here's Spain again. Ariello trying to get to it. Cleared away. That's all England can really do there. Can't afford to get beaten by Ariello. Throw it. Spain.
Well, here's a good look at the strike from Lauren Hem on that left side, trying to curve it up and over and dip it down under the bar before Coy can get there.
So close, so very close. Off that throw in, Spain on the ball. Forced back, they lost it. England didn't have the patience that time. Gave it right back to Spain. Scoreless here in the 17th minute. This Women's World Cup final, the 9th edition. We will have a new champion crowned tonight. Gave by Spain up the middle. Javiera's pass. Another play. Across Ariello. Touch.
blocked off the line. Fernando was there. Arihuela was there before that. Each team should have one by now.
Again, this is Spain just pulling England out of position. It is so good. The rotations down that left-hand side are causing all sorts of problems.
Spain still on the ball. Hermoso. 6 World Cup goals for Hermoso. Left side cross. Looking for Arihuela. Couldn't find it that time. Spain on the recovery. Poitier holds in the middle. Mate. No foul given. Spain keeps it. Mate waits for Poitier. To the end line. That cross blocked. Poitier's second try. Heads to the box. It's Spain possessing. The skill of Mate. Drives it across. Headed away. Left it clear with some difficulty. Spain wins it back. Rita. Arihuela. That got away. Heading on counter. You know the numbers. It was 2 against 5. And now they'll settle it. Carter. Right. From England. Right. Greenwood. Interrupts. Played every minute so far. Tabled off and played right back to the feet of Foy by Spain.
And it's not a bad look by Rachel Jallian behind the Spain will hold a high back line. But at this moment in time, I think England just needs to slow down the tempo a bit and start to sort out their structure defensively, because you're going to see it now. Bronson here in the screen, as she gets into that right side, has to pull up and deal with the pullback, and that is creating problems for Carter on the right as well as that right center back position.
Lieutenant Caruso goes out of play. It's an England throw-in.
There's a look at the ball that just drifts across the top of the foot of Pataguelo, and it's Redondo that's in the back post.
It's a live action. England trying to win this ball, but it's Spain. Bad place to lose it. Plays it back to Bronze. Played on. Chance there, right to goal. Wasted effort there from him. We hit the goal post earlier.
It certainly seems like England is banking on Spain overplaying in their build-out. They turn the ball over in an advanced area, and then England with their nice little spell, with a couple triangle passes, frees up the shot by hand, doesn't test Coy in the end.
And also, Mathieu. Take it back for Hermoso. Hermoso's playing for the World Cup tournament. To the left, Carmona. She's stuck the attack on that left side, going through several players. Arihuela almost found that ball. Scrambling, moving away towards Russo. By Cordina, Caldente. Good job by Spain tonight with that counter press when they've lost it. They've been quick to get it back.
That's one of their strengths.
Arihuela, the cross for Redondo. Sports still that.
It's one of their strengths, and England is also trying to keep him and Russo above it. So those two are not necessarily being asked to get back defensively behind the ball. Here's the service whipped in behind the back line by Pataguelo.
Mary Burks, who plays for Manchester United, second World Cup for her, but first time as the number 1. She'll drive it long. Wanting him, doesn't get there. Off Tune. Some juggling there. Push wide right side. Looking for help. Drops it back. Nobody there. Gabriela. Left wing. Arihuela is taken out. Drawing a lot of fouls tonight as well.
Well, that's one of her tasks, just some back-to-goal hold-up play. Wright does not want Pataguelo spinning her and getting an edge or a step on her. Draws the foul. So much of the play on that left-hand side of Spain, the right of England. But they're still leaving. Spain is still leaving Bonmati disconnected.
Inside towards Bonmati. Communication is good.
That's a good look at one of the wrinkles that Spain can offer. Yes, they can play through your tech pressure down the left-hand side, but if they do change it, Bonmati is the player that they have the ability to spring.
Mary Burks will drive it down the ball. Going for Spain. Hermoso. Caldente. Tackle away. England on the move. And a foul as well.
Every time England wins it, they are forcing the issue. Turnover and Hemp is just trying to dice between two defenders. Mathieu closing in. Avellera recovering back in.
Free kick England from long distance. Committee of three discussing it. And now it's two. Roger Stanway appears to be the one now on her own. Someone has run out onto the field. That's the reason for play being stopped. And obviously, people's camp not going to show that person. But that's the only thing that has slowed down this game now.
It's been an incredible opening, 24 minutes or so. Questions about whether each side was going to press and slow down the tempo. Well, that's been answered.
Well, if that person entered the field, if their goal was to watch the Women's World Cup final, they only saw 24 minutes because they're not going to see the rest of it.
And in his moment of glory, he also slipped. So at least get it right.
Yeah. Stanway from distance. Lofts one up. Spain knocked it down, but in a bad spot. Up for Ariello on her own at the moment. Got it wide though. The attack. Carmona on the left back. Into the middle. Towards Hermoso. He win it there in the circle. Risky there. Bronze from Walsh. Lucy Bronze. Pulls it back. Got it to Stanway and then back again. Looking for Russo. Lightens up on that far side. 26th minute. Scoreless at this point in this World Cup final. Previous World Cups have averaged almost 3 goals per game between the two teams, 2.88. We had that great one in 2015 with 7 goals. USA had 5 versus Japan's 2. Lloyd's famous to win that game, the fastest ever in a World Cup game, women or men. Paredes. Codina for Spain. Also, Mathieu. Redondo cutting to the middle. Redondo's pass was blocked. Spain goes first to the ball. Carmona. Missed. Follow-up almost there from Hermoso. Instead, it's England on the counter. 10 minutes for Russo. There were 3 Spain defenders all right there.
Yeah, and Russo looked lost as to what Stanway wanted. She was trying to be a feed option just to bounce it. And I think that's also some of the fatigue that may be setting in the early goings here. This game has been so open.
Donald had a chance at one end, Hemp at the other. Tackle away. Spain recovers.
It's risk reward for England right now.
Redondo waits for the overlap from Mathieu. Out. Waiting to signal. Oh, I thought it was going to be a corner. It's going to be a goal kick. Goal kick.
Yeah, thought so as well, from up here at least. Daly goes to ground early, and it does look like perhaps Mathieu had the last touch.
28th minute. This Women's World Cup final. Deadlocked at 0. Harris goes long. Long ball not working from goals so far. And again, with the Spain throw.
And Carmona just sits off of it. Carmona does. And the closest in on Bronze, they know she's the one that's trying to flick that in behind.
So it's Mathieu has a long run to get this ball. Does keep it in. Foul. Redondo.
Mathieu first keeps it in bounds, and then that's just a difficult ball for Redondo to trap. It's an area where Daly will close in on her.
Daly's one that got called too. Who's there? Carter. To the right. Bronze on the move. Talks about it. Draws a crowd. Still has it. Lost it there. Spain looking to counter. They see it wide left. It was open earlier. They've got numbers for it now. Late one. Come out of the box. Spain leads. Carmona.
Well, this all starts with a run from Lucy Bronze. She just runs down a cul-de-sac into 4 Spanish defenders. Here comes the turnover, and now Lucy Bronze is vacated out of the very spot she should be defending. That means it's a 1v1 between Jess Carter and Caldente on that far side. She holds up the ball just long enough for the left back to search forward and creates an excellent angle. Just guide this one into the far post past Mary Earps. Keeps it on the carpet, low and hard, and perfectly placed to send Spain up 1-0.
Who would have thought that the starting left back would have a goal in back-to-back games for Spain? I would say a well-deserved goal, though, for Spain.
If there's any team that's going to have their left back score back-to-back goals, it would be Spain.
Yes, agreed. 10 of Spain's 18 goals have come in the first half. That's more than any team in this tournament. And Alec only the second time in this tournament. England is there.
And what's interesting about it is that is not England's game. Spain can run into 4 players, draw 4 players close to them, and then play it out of that pressure. That is not England's game. Lucy Bronze just goes a bit wild in her decision-making, and they ultimately pay the price. But it's been down that left-hand side that Spain has looked so dangerous. And it's no surprise that that's where they find their first goal. And I say first because this game feels like it has more in it.
Great start. First last few games, Spain had waited towards the end after the 81st minute, getting their last 4 goals. This goes back to the point. The problem with Spain, and you know this, has been holding on to a lead. They've never had one in the knockout stage this early, so...
And think back to 2022 quarterfinals in the Euros, Spain and England. They also took the lead against England.
Had it for about 84 minutes. Lost it around the 84th minute, but had the lead until then. Ariuelo. Spain keeping it, looking for more. England takes it away. Let's see the response now from England. They're under pressure. Great effort from Spain. Pushed ahead on this left side for England. Lauren, couple of cuts, inside, outside, back to the outside, and tackle away. Good job defensively by Spain, throwing England.
And he again, just no patience from England. Hornham forcing the issue, trying to go 1v1 against Bossier, but she's up for the challenge.
So Rachel Daly throw in. She blocks knocked away. Defended by Redondo. It's going to be Spain's ball.
What a start for Spain. And they're left back Carmona. Gets around the edge, and there's still some traffic in front of Mary Yerkes. Perhaps that's why she sees a bit late.
Spain back on the ball. Upfield they come with a 1-0 lead. England pressing. Paredes takes over. Redondo. However, what Monty's there.
That's the difference. 3 players, Monty spins out. Spain keeps possession.
Go. What's up? Looking for Pariuelo. He's making that run. This is there. This time, England goes short. Carter on the right. Along that right side. Locked and cleared out of play. Or not out of play. Stayed in. It's on Paredes. Now it's out for England. Right on the ball. Plays for Chelsea. Greenwood has Daly left. Goes toward out. Rachel Daly settles. Greenwood right. Another long ball. Right side. This time they can run it down, but lost it. It's Bronx. Vienna. Paredes. Batin. 35th minute. Spain with a 1-0 lead on the goal by Carmona. Long for Pariuelo. Even on this touch, he controlled it. Batin. Hermoso. Juan Mati. Drop back here. Also, Juan Mati. Bit of a clinic there. Ball is deflected finally off Daly. Trying to win it back quickly. And they do get it eventually. Mati at the middle. Great skill. Caldente's pass left. Carmona holds.
And that's all the counter-press of Spain, is they make that longer pass predictable to Russo. And they're able to regain possession and assert their positional dominance once again.
Pencil or USA referee with a award for Stanway.
And perhaps just a bit of frustration. Stanway late to arrive, as most of the English defenders have been all night long, because Spain is just passing it around them. Questions for Serena Beckman, because England has looked open defensively. They're playing high risk, high reward type of football in the early goings. Do they shift into a little bit of the lower line and look to play on the counter?
Teresa Arellano, who plays for Real Madrid. 7 Real Madrid players on the Spain roster. Sent it long in the box. Headed toward goal. Blocked. Shot taken was wide. It was there. For Paredes. Could have been 2-0.
Well, Paredes is the target at the back post. She's free. Just trying to redirect that one across frame, but Bright knocks it right back into the path of Paredes and gives her a gift that she doesn't convert on.
Brooks trying to clear that ball again, and an error as that went out. That pressure from Spain.
Well, you asked about goalkeepers early on, and did Herbs have the advantage with her experience?
On paper, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe not in the game. Throw in for Spain. I'm going for the game's only goal. We're in the 38th minute now. Goal coming in the 29th minute. Spain is looking for more. And also, near post for that pass. Herbs is looking to speed things up a little bit, but there's really no one open in the way Spain has come back to defend. Really, she had nowhere to go. Spain will win that ball back. Quick tap.
That's the ball security from Russo that England needs, just to be able to alleviate some of this press.
Herbs. Spain again with that press. Ball goes out yet again. England had a hard time dealing with Spain's press.
Well, every team in this tournament, to be fair, has struggled under the counter press of Spain because they get so many numbers forward offensively and close proximity to each other. That makes for a much easier job when you are trying to press and regain possession.
So left it, got the return ball. Immediately finds Bonmati. Redondo. Overlap from Mathieu. Redondo tried to swipe and was blocked. All the way back out. Pushed wide. Mathieu. Waiting for the run. Now tries to go inside. Cut off.
Okay, 1v3. Three Spanish defenders converging on one England player.
Throwing for England. Some speculation about Lauren James maybe starting. Also speculation about them maybe shifting to a back four. They started this tournament, first couple of games back four. Then the Denmark game when Walsh was injured, they switched to three.
And they realized that highlighted the personalities in this squad more so than the four-back. But right now they are struggling with Bronze and Daly's positioning. Bronze right now just creeping up. That's her at the top of your screen. That's the wing-back trying to press the full-back.
Moves all the way back towards Herbs. England is a team that has grown throughout this tournament. Their play has gotten better, their confidence has gotten better. Serena Bigman, the head coach, talked about that yesterday. But right now they're trailing. There's that pressure again on the ball. Carter, chased by Caldente. Almost turned over. Back for Carter. Now it is turned over. Spain really fighting for every ball here. And winning most of them. Hard challenge. Ball out. Goal kick.
Caldente has been a handful for that right side of the defense of England. Just picks the pocket of Carter. Somehow, they called that a goal kick.
41st minute, Spain with a 1-0 lead over England. Long way to go though in this one. Up to the halfway line. Second ball. Too wide, right. Played it in front. It's wide. We throw it here. The flag is just now going up.
Femalitune, who is a good yard offside. Much like Padayuelo on the flip side, even if she was on, can't make a connection with that one to redirect it on frame.
Boy will hold it up. Drives it. This Redondo. England back on the ball. Daly left. Cheryl Walsh. The injury ball suffered against Denmark. Some fear it was an ACL. Only missed the one game. It started after that. This is the talented Walsh. Left side it goes to Greenwood.
I just think that's a moment for England to continue to have more possession and be a bit more patient in their attack.
Court releases. Hermoso. Redondo. Bache. This goal still the difference here. Spain leads 1-0. Greenwood is there. Risky. Almost paid a price. Greenwood was going to go back to 1-10. Looking for pressure from Spain. They win it again. Bache. The ball. Redondo. Hermoso. Juan Bache. Spain just keeping it. Making England chase. Letting the ball to the one. Finally into the box. Ariano. Turn on it. Up to a goal kick.
This is exactly what Spain does. If they drag 4 English defenders over to that far side, and they find Padiguelo in the box, this is the earlier attack from Hen. The best look that England has had in the first half, coming off of Hen's foot, and then here's the opener. Boca Camarado just slotting that one into the far post.
Back to live action. It's England on the run, right side into the box. Upcoming, center cross. That's a play. Right up the middle. Stanway. Carter. Right in the circle. Frank will try to go long. Spain winning that. Spain has won. Defending all of these long balls to England. Corina. Back for Cordina. 1 minute, that's all. In stoppage time. Spain hoping to keep this lead. Taking it to halftime. Gotta be careful there. But they have the confidence and the ability to get out of it. Look at that ball. Right sideline. Ariano making a run one way. This is Bonmate. The cross was behind a couple of players, including Ariano. But as bad as this would be for England to trail 1-0, how about if it was 2? Corina. Carmona. Back for Corina. Paredes. Seconds left. Opening half. Bache. Running it into the box. Bache's caught. In front. Just missed. That ball had 2-0 written on it.
And it's just a really quick snapshot from Padiguelo, trying to bend that one in the near post. But it has been all Spain, finding more space than I think they ever anticipated in this first half.
If she scored there, that would have dramatically changed the conversation. But a goal by Carmona, the 7th player to score in the semifinal and a final at the same Women's World Cup. Up strong in Spain right now, up top.
This match is sponsored by Coca-Cola. 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup halftime show on Fox is presented by Volkswagen. Fourth straight game, Spain has struck first, and they are now halfway towards becoming the fifth different nation to win a Women's World Cup. Coming up, we're going to dissect Carmona's goal. Plus, we discuss which adjustments Serena Deignan should make for the Lionesses to stage a second half rally.
Every day with her. She knows we can't make small stuff, right?
Rob and I came together to purchase a football club. They're making this a place you want to come play. It's something really exciting. The women's game is growing so rapidly. They're dominating.
When I'm on the pitch, the fire within me explodes.
Wrexham is the most special gift I've ever had in my life.
FX is welcome to Wrexham. Premiere September on FX. Stream on.
The best healthcare is there in ways big and small. There when we most and least expect it. We may not see it, but we feel it. It lets us know we're not in this alone. Everyone deserves a healthcare partner who never quits. One who's there for what matters. United Healthcare. There for what matters. Interesting piece. Let me bring in my expert.
So many scratches.
Those are from my car keys.
Such a rich history. This won't do well at auction, but at AT&T, it's with a brand new Samsung CZ Flip 5.
Wait, really? What about this?
AT&T's deal is back. Everyone gets a free new Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 with the hours of trade any year, any condition.
The game has changed, and it won't ever be the same. The game has changed. Fundamentally. Where in the game are you? We're in the middle of a very important time. The competition is better than ever. Chloe Kelly's coming in clutch. Watch the heart of Chinese football. With skills with everyone I notice. Alex Morgan makes it look effortless. Sophia Smith is scary good. And Sam Kerr is flipping the game. They want to know.
The 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup on Fox is sponsored by Volkswagen.
Spain had never won a knockout stage match at any major tournament prior to the Summer La Roja. Now find themselves just 45 minutes away from capturing their first Women's World Cup crown. Rob Stone, ROH, U.S. legends Carly Lloyd, Alexi Lawless back here with you in Sydney. This is the first time since the inaugural edition of the tournament back in '91 that two first-time finalists are meeting for the title. Japanese legend Aya Niyama won it all back in 2011, walking the trophy out 3-game. Pick things up, 16th minute.
Well, we know that England likes to score early, and they tried to. 60-minute Lucy Bronze for the cross, and a nice little touch from Dali. Finds Ham, and she aims it really good. Has the right idea, not to just shoot it with full power, but she hits the crossbar.
I thought this was a wonderfully entertaining half. Back and forth. Ultimately, I think Spain had the better opportunities, including this one right across the face of the goal. But what Spain is doing here with possession, creating opportunities, that's not easy. Now, this is easy in that you got to finish it either by Abuelo there or Redondo, but they're creating opportunities.
And we see that how good Spain is on the ball, but this counter-pressing, they are swarming this England side, getting a switch point. And we see a left back, Olga, overlapping celebrating on a beautiful goal. But here you can see one Spanish player, two Spanish players, three of them just swarming, winning this ball. And this is a little unusual about the Spanish side, switching the point of attack, very direct. And Olga just getting up and hitting a beautiful shot into that right-hand corner.
Second straight game with the goal. She had the game winner in the semifinals, her third international strike, and Spain almost doubled it just before the halftime whistle.
Again, plenty of possession, plenty of patience, but they flick a switch. Unlike some teams that we've seen in the past, where they just rely on possession, sometimes go back. They will find the killer pass, and they will be ruthless in it. Well, just put one by the post, but man, oh man, this Spain team came to play.
They have completed 275 of their 313 passes, a 6-3 shot advantage. Throughout this tournament, they have led the field in possession, passes completed, and they are comfortable, Ari, starting an attack no matter where they are on the field.
Exactly. Even if they start deep down on the field, I mean, we have to have a look. Like deep in their own half, they create these triangles and they play one-touch football. The reason why they can do it is because they have such a good movement. They play it, they keep moving again. They are fit, they are quick, they are fast, they're transitioning, and they make it look easy, but it's definitely not. It's hard work. They use the passes, and like I said, creating the triangles, that means a lot of running.
Lex, what does England need to change in the second?
Well, they got Laura James sitting on the bench, so that's a possibility to come in and change it. But unless they're going to come in and put a bunch of players in that are able to have incredible possession, they got to get the ball at some point.
Hard to win if you don't have the ball. Remember, though, England rallied to beat Colombia in the quarters. They only come from behind win by any team in this knockout stage. The Lionesses certainly in need of another rally in Sydney today.
The 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup halftime show on Fox is presented by Volkswagen. A pure photo accompanied to a seance.
Detective, you are here to discredit me, but I can talk to the dead.
What is happening?
Someone has been murdered. A ghost killed her. What is the killer? What should be until I find out? If the living have been killed by the dead.
You say?
Up to you, that is. PG-13, only theaters September 15th.
I sing this song for me.
Get Google Pixel 7 Pro for $10 a month. No trade-in required.
Ever since we started looking for a better cashback credit card.
Options have been coming out of the woodwork.
Exactly.
Cashback on the things we care about most.
Oh, that one has cashback on dining out.
Oh, that's great because our table is.
We don't have a table.
Where's our daughter?
Hi, Mom.
NerdWallet, the smartest decision for all your financial decisions.
Christ, someone needs you. Every day is the match of our lives. I am Pilo Gomez. No one use already around the world. I have never seen the brightest soul like yours. Watching her with such powerful words, you will never know what it is for her to be here. Together, trusting Kiara triumphs over rare cancer that nearly stole her future ascendance. She is an inspiration for any challenge we face. We unite around one purpose,
drag towards one goal. That is one goal. Set summer in motion with the most electrifying Honda vehicles yet, like the CRV and the Accord, both with available hybrid powertrains, designed to deliver more thrilling performance and more innovative tech. Make every adventure more electrifying with HUD, the most awarded brand in the car and driver 10 best in history. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer today.
Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, coming to the biggest season opener college football has seen in years. This is Colorado Buffalo sent to Texas to take on number 17 TCU. Big news Saturday on Fox starts September 2nd. Extraordinary moment sponsored by Volkswagen. Olga Carmona, the 7th player to score in the semis and final of the same Women's World Cup, the last one to do it. Carly Lloyd in 2015. Second half for Sydney next.
We're up.
Lost Medicaid or CHIP coverage? Healthcare.gov is here for you.
Where can we find a low-cost health plan?
What about a plan that covers doctor visits?
Emergency care? Prescriptions?
With the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month.
What's the website again?
Healthcare.gov.
It's like a family thing.
Leave running behind. The new turbocharged Volkswagen Atlas. Just like beautiful.
Oh, so this is your plan? Watching with this crew from work.
Look, Josh Allen, I have to watch their NFL Sunday ticket.
That's not a great plan. But this is my plan from Verizon. Switch now, get NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV on them.
I'm really into this plan.
And they're really into whatever this is. I wouldn't. For a limited time, get NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube TV on us. A $449 value. Plus, get a free Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5. Only on Verizon.
This match is sponsored by Coca-Cola.
Welcome back, everyone. We were wondering, Allie and I, at halftime, New England would make a change, maybe in formation, maybe in players. They're making two.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they might be going to a 4-back. Now you've got James on the pitch, and that means Daly is out, and Louis Kelly is in, Alessia Russo is out. So it certainly looks like a 4-back, a 4-3-3 for England moving forward, and that may help them solve some of the defensive issues that they've had.
Spain had the lead. They also had momentum going along with halftime, and they almost had a second goal. Second half underway with Paredes on the ball. No changes for Spain. Why would you make any there? Goes back forward, foul on England. Spain had 63% of the possession before our start, but it's not that It's that great of a number. They've had over 70 other games. It's what they did.
It's how they manipulated England, because England was tracking out of their back line all the way into Spain's defensive third, and they were just getting pulled out of shape. The very spaces that Spain ended up exploiting.
England on the ball. Meanwhile, given they've lost 5 of their 6 Women's World Cup matches all time when they trail at the half. As for Spain, he's fouled first. They've won every one of their 5 games of this World Cup in which they've scored first. Bronze to the white. Spain's biggest problem in this World Cup has been holding leads. They've eventually won the games that they gave up the lead to, but can he do better in this one?
How good was that, though, by Paraguela? But part of how they're going to be able to accomplish that, JP, is through possession. It's smart possession. Their leads have come late in the games of these knockout rounds. And so they didn't make wise decisions to kill the game off. This is very different. They still have to get through 45 minutes. So don't expect them to change too much, at least at this point.
Draws the ball.
And England, early on already, a couple of fouls that they're utilizing just to slow down the tempo of Spain in transition in particular.
Two coaches of record. What a concern as Bronze heads it forward. Right up by Kelly. Bronze. That was a dangerous pass. Paraguela. Paraguela on the carry. Looking on the spread for Mathieu. Catches up to it. Mathieu holds, dumps it back. Redondo. Great movement on and off the ball from Spain all night. James pass block.
A great counter press. There it is again, making it extremely predictable where the pass is going to come from England. They squeeze, they win it.
Lamonte comes through. Leads it. Redondo. Down. Should be a throw in deep for Spain. Get it quickly. No room there. Kept in though. Redondo. Kept in. Kept takes over for England. Goes out. Throwing coming up. All time in the Women's World Cup, the team that has scored first has won 5 of the previous 8 finals.
Well, you just think back to that first half for England, and they were not able to get any of their win-backs into the offensive action. That's part of the reason for the shift as well. This midfield has been lost. Kira Walsh, very few touches or meaningful ones in that.
Again, it's turned over. Spain on the ball. Laid off by Caldente. Carmona. Overtaken. Give it right back. Caldente. Hermoso. That's deflected. Caldente has it. Right staying down. Caldente's pass to Hermoso. Right back to Caldente. Right through the legs. Lamonte drops it back. Caldente looking for the better angle. Still on the wall. Keeps it. Caldente. Shot taken. Arms to the touch. Corner. Spain. Well done by Caldente.
And again, this is all Spanish football. It's finest. It's a 3v3 until Lamonte adds herself to the equation. Now she slips inside the half space. A little bit of hold-up play. Creates that space underneath to Caldente. To then put Lucy Bronze on her seat and just tries to drip that one into the far post. Marrier does so well because this hops up on her. Even though she goes to ground, she's then got to reach up and parry that one out of the frame.
Corner kick, number 1 of this game for Spain. 57th of the tournament being lead. Here post is where that was. It's going right back out. This time it'll be a throw right by the corner flag. Or not. Nope, it is a corner.
Yeah, on this right side, they aim for that penalty spot more often than not.
Second straight corner for Spain. Driven and
that time.
Yeah, not how they drew it up from Indiana. 51st minute, Spain with 1-0 lead on a very strong first half. Started off well here in the second. Again, let's turn it over. Paredes. Hermoso. For Arihuela. Making right to a long running tonight. Okay. Every first pass though by Spain gets out of trouble and into attack.
And that is absolutely right because they're so aware of their defensive structure that they know when the pressure is going to come from when they win it. So they've already read the next pass, the next space that's going to be available before the ball arrives.
Greenwood ahead. Warren James on the spin, 3 goals, 3 assists. This might be suspended for 2 games. Cutting it back. And once again, England turns it over.
It doesn't come off for Lauren James, but that is a different profile that England now has up top with her ability in possession, just to slow down tempo at times. So much of the England attack, it just felt like high-risk, high-reward, almost Hail Mary football, if you will. Games can change that.
Really bright as Bronze beside him. First of the veteran Bronze up the middle pass. England trying to string some passes together. Now we're going to throw in. Spain leads England 1-0 in this World Cup final. First time champion as neither team has ever won the World Cup. Neither until tonight has been in the final. Countries are one on the men's side. England 1966, Spain 2010. Bronze. Stanway. Kelly, and a fighting ball there. The shot taken was wide. Oh, it was there to tie it up for him. Is it not her night?
Well, she's had the best chances for England, and here's a high line that you see that Spain holds. Maybe Chloe Kelly's in offside position, but she's aware that that early ball bent in behind the back line of Spain is on. She delivers it on a dive to the back post, and it's Batier. It looks like they gets her just before them.
By the way, that's a warning to Spain on what could happen if they're not careful. Carmona on the left side. Leaves it. Caldente. Riera. Dangerous. Rep almost got it. She is going to be called for the foul. And she's hooked as well. First yellow card of this night.
Lazy pass back. And that feels like it is not the right call, nor a yellow card at that.
Completing her case to no avail. That was at all 4 England shots for one of the crossbar.
Yeah, and it's just Codina that was lunging for that ball because it was an errant pass back that she had to make something of it. But the ref sees it as a late challenge coming in from that woman there, Lauren Hemp, who, as you said, leads this team with shots and chances, quality ones.
Miller's looking for it. Goes on to play. Throw in. England, Bronze. Gained 5 yards for that. Maybe more.
And Milda will make sure the ref knows. I don't think he sits down through the course of the 90 minutes.
Both coaches up right now. By the boxes. Matier is wide. Finally catching up to him. Paredes pushing it ahead into space. Chase to the ball. Brothers three.
Well, that's going to be the new look for Spain and how they break down this back line of four of England. You pull out the fullback, and then you get the inside-out run from a center midfielder that's just surging forward in behind that space.
Spain's third corner of the night.
So we'll see if they hit the penalty spot or in that vicinity this time around. Typically from the right, that is the play that is drawn up.
The yellow will take it. Short. And also slipping it through. Trying to get it on the wall. It's through by England. Carmona pushed to the ball. It should weaken McCoy, the goalkeeper. Carmona. Also back-to-back games after scoring just once in the first 28 international appearances. Carmona right now with a golden record. The ball under feet. Sending it. This time she did not get it puck. Pressing here from Spain, trying to win it back. Long slaw, right side for Kelly. First legs helping England. Goes back. Let's see. James. Kelly squaring it. Right there by Walsh. Wide. And a miss. Matier picks it up. Cleared it away. Spain trying to break out. England haven't snuffed out. Back to Perks and goal. Up the middle goes England. Walsh and Stanley. Into space. Chase for the ball. Angle covered. Paredes moves it into the seats. England on the ball with James pushing it back. Millie Bright. Bronze. Kelly. Lucy Bronze. Setting it in low. Deflected ball. Carmona goes after it. Shoulder to shoulder. She wins that ball. Sends it upfield towards Arguello. England somehow got it back. Bronze. In trouble. Carmona. Practice that on the training field. Yeah. And they pulled it off until that one at the end. And there's a foul. But they're like not yards apart, they're feet apart completing those passes.
And that is the beauty of the way this team can deconstruct the opposition.
Someone up the wing. Denied by Bronze. Coming. Lucy Bronze into the middle. Played back by Stanway. Going long again. Chloe Kelly. She's giving them some width as well as pace. This one up. And that's up top.
And you said it, JP, going long again, because the last attempts have all been taking advantage of the high line that Spain will hold. This time they sent Chloe Kelly in behind, but they didn't have that option really in the first half because they didn't have natural wingers like you do. And then Chloe Kelly, the players were too central and Russo and Hem together. They just didn't have that natural outlet. Now it looks a bit different in this 4-3-3.
Redondo's night is done. This is an interesting change because Redondo's an attacker. Hernandez is coming in off of a 1 suspension. We saw her as a right back, so we'll see what Spain is doing here to maybe shut things down. Where's Hernandez going to play? Right now, she's lining up as a winger. Yeah, okay. See if that stays. Right heads it forward. Also, bounced off a challenge. Last touch by England. We're at the hour mark, and Spain right now is leading in this World Cup final. By the slimmest of margins. Turned over. Laid off by him. Right. Wrong. Also, Juan al dente. Apparently the ball stayed in play. Headed from Monte. Kira Walsh for England. Ariella with the defensive work. Spain breaks. And also lost it, but it's recovered by Monte. Full speed ahead. Monte fires it. I thought it was a goal when he left her foot.
Well, it didn't miss by much. It's just the back pressing of Samopala Yuelo that regains possession for Spain, and then Monte. We've seen her breakaway speed that she can exert in midfield when she does decide to advance forward. Given the space, releases the strike. She's already got 3 goals in this tournament.
James Truman makes an easy play and then a foul from England. Is that frustration? What's happening there?
Yeah, just unnecessary. But in that last build from England, it was Pataguelo again, just back pressing on Kira Walsh to take away her ability to open up the field, and there it is. Stanley was the intended target in behind. Running between her and Codina. Has a look at the strike by Monte. Berg's off her line. We saw Sam Kerr's goal. That tipped up and over Harry Ertz in the semifinal match. But Monte didn't get the same action on it.
Monte gets it back. Picked by TRUMAN. In the middle, on Monte. Hernandez forcing it back. Harry Ertz goal for England. Harry Willows on the chase. Really right. Give it away. Also leaves it. Caldente.
That's just too easy by Bray. Spain was picking up man-to-man in midfield. You gotta attract that first defender.
Monte, more skill, leads it left. Carmona, inline, cutting it back in front. Nobody there. Settled in. Spain looking, still looking. Ariella. Blocked out. Corner for Spain. Heels for a handball.
And I think Penzo said maybe just hold up, wait for a second.
Hilda says it's a handball. I couldn't see it from this angle. Let's see.
That would be a harsh call.
Just walked out there. This is a better view, maybe.
And Penzo sees it, clear as day.
Looking right at it.
She's got a great angle to get a clear view of that one. Caldente just forces the issue.
They're checking for a possible penalty. What a turning point this could be in this game.
And it hasn't been Kira Walsh's night. It's been difficult for her to insert herself on the offensive side of things with the counter press of Spain. And defensively, she's had her hands full with the rotations and the way that some of the players up top will drop down into midfield overload centrally.
This is such a big call. Will Tori Penzo look at it on her own, or will she get instruction that it's very clear? Everyone in the building knows they're checking signs up on the scoreboards. as has been the case since VAR came into World Cup play.
And the Spanish fans below us are screaming, penalty, penalty,
Of course.
in unison.
Still no signal, and they've yet to take the corner. She's gonna look. Let's bring in our rules analyst, Dr. Joe Magnick. Dr. Joe, what are you thinking here?
Well, not only are we 100% sure that there's been contact of her hand with the ball, the hand is in a position which makes her body bigger, and you could even argue that there's movement of the hand to the ball. I think that we're going to have a penalty kick.
We'll know in a few minutes' time, or a moment's time, hopefully some minutes, from Tori Penso, referee from the United States. First time an American referee is called a World Cup final, women's or men's tournament.
And this angle makes it look even worse for Keira Walsh as she just tries to lunge to the side to stop the progression of Caldente. Because at first glance, it looked like it didn't have much of an impact on Caldente's ability to continue into the 18. Not that
looks like
letter of the law, this looks like it'll be a penalty.
I would think the same.
But I'm also of the mindset that sometimes VAR gets involved too much and too often.
And she's taking a long look at it, too.
Yeah, because she's got a clear view. I mean, there she is, staring at the moment. Doesn't call it in real time.
Sometimes she can be too close. The angle is not as good as you might think based on proximity. We'll see what she comes up with momentarily.
And Dr. Joe, how much do they ever consider whether or not it actually impacted the result of the play?
Well, obviously that's always a concern.
Let's hold on for this.
After review, there is a punishable handball by number 4. Decision is penalty.
Big moment in a big game, in the biggest game.
And you have to credit the pressure that Spain has put England under on this back line that forces the issue and earns his penalty.
It is Yannick Hermoso, their best goal scorer in World Cup history with 6 goals out of 24 scored have been by her. She has 3 in this tournament. Spain made one earlier from Caldente against the Netherlands. This is Hermoso. Biggest moment of the game right now.
Biggest moment, and that is why you're seeing the gamesmanship and Ron's making sure that that ball is on the penalty marker.
Hermoso was denied earlier against Costa Rica from that spot. 2-3 all time with penalty kicks for her at the World Cup. Hermoso is ready. Yannick Hermoso with the strike. She moves.
Well, I think we know how Mary Earps feels about that moment.
Especially if you're a lip reader. Ball is played up. Remember that save. If England comes back with a keeper out, boy, that one goes out of play. High move there. Great save by Earps. When you stop a penalty, it doesn't matter. You can say it's soft, whatever you want. Game's on the line here.
And game's on the line, and Mary Earps knows that this is where Jenny Hermoso has made most of her penalties. That is her percentage play. She opts to play the percentage, reads it the whole way, and it's not well struck in by Hermoso.
Absolutely could have been taken better, but that game could have been over right there had Hermoso scored. Hunter gets the ball one.
And it's the details.
They're throwing for England and McKellen. How does Spain respond now? That's adversity for them. They could have potentially locked it away. That was fancy. Maybe too fancy. Spain have to get themselves back in a form. Try to close this one out with the trophy at the end of the night. How do they respond? Offside flag is up on England.
Well, I say it's about the details because go back to what Bronze did and just slow down the ability for Hermoso to take her penalty. Made her think a bit longer, and sometimes that can play the mind games with you. I talked to Ellen White before this match, and she said that one of the things Serena Wegman has helped them with is that attention to detail that makes the difference in these big moments.
How is Ellen White one of the great strikers for England all time?